This meeting to order at 7:02, I believe. Everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to read the fire evacuation announcement. In case there are fire, there are two ways to exit the chambers. Of course, right behind you through the doors, to the left through the council chambers, turn left and walk down a flight of stairs out to the building, or you can exit through the door out in the front door in the main building. Please, in case of a fire or emergency, please walk a safe distance away from the building. Please don't hang around any of the doors. With that said, would the secretary please call the roll?
Lou Fiore?
Here.
Linda DeGray? Not here. Virginia Higley?
Here.
John Petronella is here. Frank Alimo is absent. Kiran Majmudar?
Here.
Vinnie Grillo?
Here.
And Christian D'Antonio?
Here.
Thank you. With that being said, we do have two regular members who are not here, so we will be seating the alternates tonight. Mr. D'Antonio, Mr. Grillo will be seating as regular members for tonight's meeting. Having said that, take a motion to approve the minutes the special meeting of January 13th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner D'Antoni. Is there any discussion on those minutes of the special meeting? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous decision on that, those minutes. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of January, meeting of Thursday, January 27th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner D'Antoni. Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley. Discussion. I did notice in the minutes there was an omission. It might have been on my part, or it might have been actually just lost in a translation. But when we came out of executive session, when I announced all the commissioners who were there, no decisions were made. I thought I mentioned Commissioner Grillo also was at that meeting, Ben. So I'd like to make a motion that we accept the minutes as amended to make sure that Commissioner Grillo's name was mentioned in that list of commissioners who were in that executive session.
So moved as amended.
Thanks. The motion made by Vice Chairman Higley. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Majmudar. Thank you so much. All those in favor to accept the minutes as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Is there a zoning enforcement report tonight?
There is no zoning enforcement report.
No zoning enforcement report. Thank you. Now we reach the part of the regular public participation. And I think notice I'm emphasizing the regular part because I know why most of you are here. At this point in the meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission welcomes comments, concerns, and opinions related to planning and zoning in Enfield from anyone who is present, provided that no one may discuss any matter of business at this time that is already elsewhere on the agenda, any matter that is part of an open public hearing before this commission, or any matter where a decision of the commission may be pending. Please, you have 5 minutes to speak about any other issues other than that, which kind of limits it, doesn't it? And anyone who needs a second chance, we'll give you a second chance. So is there anyone who would like to talk about? Yes, please, I see your hand up. Please come forward. Can you please identify yourself, your name and address, please? And please make sure the mic is on. The red button should be lit.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Foss, and I live at 16 Crescent Beach Drive in Crescent Beach area where the Crescent Lake is. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is, you guys, I appreciate everything that you do, really do. I was hoping Ben would be here because I wanted to say that I spent quite a bit of time with the Planning and Zoning Office, and they are exemplary people, exemplary. You should be very proud of the great job they do for us residents, explaining things to us, and very patient and very kind. I want to mention Ben. I want to mention Nicole in the office. I just want to say that I think that was awesome. The other thing I'd like to mention is that I'm really concerned as a citizen, a lifelong citizen of Enfield, about the fact that the paperwork is all on the planning department, all on the engineers. So when paperwork comes in and the town planners or whatever see this paperwork, it's not seconded by anybody else. There's no one hired that actually goes through the documents and really looks at the documents so that there is an open mind. It's all just documents that are submitted by a builder or whoever it may be. And that's like the fox, watching the hen house or guarding the hen house. I really think it's important that as a town, we hire some really brilliant people who can actually make sure that things that are happening in the town planning-wise are going through the correct channels, through people who are brilliant, people who are, that's what they're paid for, just to go through all this, because there's no way that the people who are there have the time to go through these huge buildings and check on all this. So that's what I'd like to say, is I think you should hire some more help in the planning department.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Give me a second, I'm making a note here. Is there anyone else for public participation? Anyone else for public participation? Anyone else for public participation? Seeing that part of the agenda is now over. Now we're going to get to the new public hearing. Will Secretary please read the application? Open the hearing for SPR 1881.
The Enfield Planning and Zoning Commission will hold public hearings at the regular meeting of Thursday, February 10, 2022.
Mike.
Excuse me, at 7 p.m. in the Town Council Chambers, 820 Enfield Street, Enfield, Connecticut, concerning the following applications. SBR number 1881, 25 and 35 Bacon Road, site plan review for a warehouse distribution center, WE35 Bacon Road LLC owner, WE35 Bacon Road LLC applicant, map 94, lot 65, I-1 zone.
Thank you. Is there anything you need to mention, Ben, before we start?
Yeah, I have a prepared written statement here that was prepared by the Director of Developmental Services, Lori Witten. On February 9th, 2022, at 4:30 p.m., the Planning Department received a verified pleading to intervene on SPR number 1881. This is permitted under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, SEPA, Connecticut General Statute 22A-14 through 22A-20, which was enacted in May of 1971. The purpose of SEPA per 22A-15 is to create a public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state of Connecticut, and that each person is entitled to the protection, preservation, and enhancement of them. Further, it is in the public interest to provide all persons with an adequate remedy to protect the air, water, and other natural resources from unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction. The statute allows for the filing of an intervention with the intervener contends that the proposed activities are reasonably likely to have effect of the unreasonable polluting or impairing or destroying in the public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. The law allows for the intervener to be heard as a party of the application and in essence is treated similar to an applicant with proceedings. The law allows for the intervener to raise only environmental concerns under the jurisdiction of the agency conducting the proceeding. The intervention must include specific factual allegations setting forth the nature of the alleged unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction. The burden of proof is on the intervener such that if an intervention does not supply sufficient evidence for denial of the application, it only recites the statutory language. Staff's recommendation is to accept receipt of the verified petition to intervene. If we have ample time after the public hearing to consider the petition, we can do so. Otherwise, the Commission could continue SPR 1881 to the next meeting of February 24th, 2022, and consider the petition at that time after staff has time to review the points of concern.
Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
So how we're going to do this, everyone, is the applicant is now going to come up and present whatever they want to present, because this is a site plan review, and that's what it is. It's a meeting about the site plan. It has nothing to do with any of the life effects of going on between the two lakes. It is strictly a site plan review of the plans that they have submitted. After that, we'll be asking them some questions, going back and forth, and then we'll be opening up for public participation after that. So with that said, I don't think I've missed anything with those instructions. The applicant is free to come on up and identify yourselves and start your presentation.
Oh, one thing, Commissioner, could you just read the motion to acknowledge the receipt of the verified petition?
Do I have one for that? Oh, sorry. You want to read that motion? Yep. Sorry, the intervener is a little bit new for some of us too, so we've been trying to make sure we get this correct.
The PZC acknowledges receipt of the verified petition to intervene from Linda Ostapoff of the 109 Cottage Road, Enfield, Connecticut, on SPR number 1881, 25 and 35 Bacon Road, site plan review for a warehouse distribution center, WE35 LLC owner and applicant, map 94, lot 65, industrial zone.
Keep going, yeah.
The commission will consider the pleading once the public hearing is completed if time permits. If not, it will be considered at the next meeting, February 24, 2022, with the site plan review. Meanwhile, the intervener may ask questions during the public hearing process.
Is there a motion to accept that for the record?
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley. Is there a second? Vice Commissioner Grillo, second that. All those in favor? I don't believe we need a roll call for that. That's read into the record. Thank you, Secretary. So I guess now we can proceed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Tom Cody. I'm an attorney at the firm of Robinson and Cole. Our office is located at 280 Trumbull Street in Hartford, and I'm pleased to be here representing Winstanley Enterprises and the applicant owner, WE35 Bacon, LLC. A number of individuals, principals and officers of the company are here this evening, including Adam Winstanley, principal of Winstanley Enterprises, and Linda Costanzo, vice president. We have an excellent professional team here this evening to present the application to you. I'm going to introduce all of them in just a minute, but first I'd like to just share just a couple of general thoughts at the start before we dive into the technical part of the presentation. The application before you this evening is the culmination of a long and pretty intense period of review, planning, and design work. Winstanley Enterprises purchased the property that is the subject of the application in 2016. This was the more than 300-acre property, previously known as the Hallmark Distribution Center. Approvals were then obtained to transform the existing outdated facilities into a multi-tenanted, state-of-the-art warehousing and distribution facility. The improved campus was fully tenanted by 2018, and it's something that today Enfield can be quite proud of. As plans evolved for the development of the remainder of the property, Winstanley engaged in various outreach efforts with residents in the area to keep them not only apprised of the team's planning work for the development of the remainder of the property, but also to seek input from them. You will hear more about those efforts in a few minutes. We started with an application to the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. That application was approved unanimously. And we now bring to you this evening the site development application, which has been prepared with very careful attention to all of your zoning regulations, specifically the application requirements and standards for site plan review. At various points during our presentation this evening, you will hear us make specific reference to application requirements or parts of the zoning regulations, and to show you how this application responds to and is consistent with all of the applicable regulations. So, the outline of our presentation this evening will start with Val Farrow, AICP and planner with Good Earth Advisors to my immediate left. She will provide you with site introduction, the history, landscape context, and sort of set the foundation for the rest of the presentation. Tom Zajac, a professional engineer with Hayner Swanson, will discuss the site development plan, stormwater management plan, and soil erosion and sediment control plan. Matthew Skelly, a professional engineer with Fuss & O'Neill, has been working diligently on a traffic impact study. He'll review the merits and conclusions of that study with you. After that, Henry Thomas with LRC Consultants, who happens to be sitting to Val's left, will review the lighting plan and the landscaping plan that's been prepared for the project. Val will also discuss the building design, show you the elevations for the proposed building, and Rob O'Neill with Epsilon Associates is an acoustical engineer. He will share with you the results of a sound study that was conducted regarding the project. And then Val will come back and conclude the presentation with a review of some of the key highlights of the application and its consistency with the zoning regulations. So with that, I'd like to ask Val to begin our presentation. We do have a PowerPoint presentation which is being shown on 2 screens, and I would also at this point like to hand out, we have just a brief summary of the bios of the speakers this evening. I'll hand that out for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, why don't you come up? Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Valerie Farrow. I am the president of Good Earth Advisors, a firm I founded in 2014. I'm a certified planner as well as an environmental scientist. And I wanted to thank you for calling the hearing and giving the public an opportunity to learn more about our project, and at the same time allowing us to talk about the merits of the project and dive into some of the details that Tom just previously highlighted. Tom alluded to an outreach program. It's something that I launched with and under the direction of the Winstanley Enterprises. Back in September, we began a formal outreach program. We started with the abutters, and then we expanded it into the neighborhoods. We had mailings. We had a toll-free number. We set up a dedicated email. We attended group meetings. We were invited to people's homes. I was individually. I entertained phone calls, emails back and forth, just, ongoing dialogue. And from this interaction, I think there was a heightened sense of concern. We will recognize that. And we heard and listened and did all we could to try to incorporate what we were listening to in terms of what residents had concerns over into our design. Tom alluded to the original 25 Bacon project. It's something that actually I was a part of and appeared before this commission regarding. So as you can see, this constitutes the original low bay, high bay here at 25 Bacon. Tom said originally it was 324 acres in 2016. In the midst of Hallmark abandoning the town and eliminating jobs of residents that had worked there for decades, really since the campus was constructed back in 1981, we were literally coming in at the same time doing our due diligence. I was part of that team. And as a result, Winstanley invested $41 million. And that money was really dedicated to overcoming the functional obsolescence of those buildings. That is the reason why when Hallmark first announced that they were leaving, there were no takers. People were looking at the campus. They didn't understand what to do with it. Winstanley Enterprises had the capital as well as the vision to basically transform that one-tenant, large campus into a 3-tenant viable campus that it is today. During the renovations, there was construction. We heard from the neighbors. They had concerns. We were responsive to their concerns. And since then, Winstanley Property Management Division, it's a separate division of Winstanley. He has real estate, construction, and property management entirely in-house. He doesn't farm that service out. So the Property Management Division has been completely accessible to neighbors and have done everything in their power to address issues as they arise and really be a good neighbor. After we obtained approval and completed the 25 Bacon project, we actually did a lot configuration here. So we have the same 324 acres, and we have 3 parcels, but they just look differently. They're reconfigured. And under that reconfiguration process, we created 35 Bacon. Okay? And there's frontage here. It wraps all the way around 25 Bacon here. Okay? There is a separate parcel, 22 acres, that has always been a separate parcel. It will remain so. And this parcel, just recently, Winstanley has made an offer to the town of Enfield to donate this 22 acres as open space upon receipt of the issuance of a building permit. So that takes that industrial property out of the mix. Once we subdivided this property, an interesting thing happened. The market responded very, very quickly. I think they understood that we now had a standalone property constituting 181 acres. It was large, it had great configuration, and it had great location. And almost immediately, we were asked about several types of uses. There was a number of prospects that were approaching the Winstanleys. And these uses ranged consistently with more intensive land uses. It was industrial. It was manufacturing, large kind of monolithic multifamily interests, large transportation interests. They all exceeded about 1.1, 1.2 million square feet. But out of the blocks, that was the type of prospect that was coming and approaching the Winstanleys. I was part of a development team that started looking at that type of concept and that type of intensity of use. And we determined that even at 1.2 and 1.3 million square feet, the buildings and the required parking could be sited under current zoning regulations without variance. The proposed development that is subject of this application, however, is vastly different from the size and type of buildings that were initially considered. Winstanley has deliberately walked away from development with the greatest financial gain and instead opted for something that would be more respectful of residents and more sensitive to natural resources. By last summer, the team was directed to look for a way to develop the site to preserve the natural buffers to the east and west, work around wetlands to the extent practicable, and avoid new roads that would cut through these areas here to the east and west. The plan we have submitted does just this and still complies with site plan requirements. What we've done, and a lot of this has to do with some of the residents' concerns, and what we've tried to focus and we continue to focus on is the central portion of this property here. So you saw this is the entire configuration here, and we're focusing development only here. So the site plan before you reflects really a compromising balance. It is hard to please everyone. We know that. We might want to try in our hearts of hearts, but it's difficult. But we feel the application before you is a balance of competing physical forces, of a sincere and concerted effort to do something that, could assist the residents in their understanding of what this development means to the site and how it relates to their neighborhood, all while meeting the requirements of their zoning regs. There might be other things we could do, but they wouldn't meet your regulations. So there's this kind of yin and yang, kind of this compromising balance that we've struck. This graphic we developed really to just show the context of what we're doing and what we're dealing with. The area that we're focused the development on is here, and you can see all of this area here, along here, through here, and here will remain undeveloped. The property is certainly industrial. We know that. It's been industrial for 40-some years, we think, before Hallmark came in. Distribution warehousing, as you know, is as of right, site plan review only. The development we have before you is just that. We're not requesting any variances. The development, in a minute, you're going to hear from Tom Zajac to my right, how he has cited this and how he's dealt with some of the physical characteristics on the site. This includes the wetland systems. We had a farmer dug irrigation pond there that we received unanimous approval from IWWA. We still have wetlands along both sides that we're avoiding. There's even some grass swales that back in 25 Bacon years, they established grass swales, and guess what? Today they're wetlands, so today we had to avoid them. Back then you didn't have to. So, there was all these types of things that we tried to balance. Certainly the mature vegetation, the existing woods to remain are on the average 50 to 60 feet, mature, and worth protecting, we feel. Farm fields, of course, which constitutes the central portion of the development arm. And essentially, the configuration of the property in this upper area presents this development area here, and, excuse me, and presents the opportunity to site the development and the parking within that development area. And I want to emphasize that, and Tom's going to show you, because previous to this, we had a number of concepts that were using the parking to the west in this leg and parking along the 22 acres, because remember, this is industrial. Okay? So, I've said enough. You get the idea what we've tried to do, what the balance we're trying to strike. Let me bring up Tom. Tom's going to go through the machinations of the site design, the site engineering, and from there we'll get into some other details, aesthetics, lighting, and so forth. Would you like me to operate this? Or?
Absolutely, Val. Thank you. Well, thank you, Val. For the record, my name is Tom Zajac. I'm a civil engineer with Hayner Swanson, Office 3 Congress Street in Nashua, New Hampshire. Here tonight to present the facts of the project, specifically the nuts and bolts as it relates to the site design, including stormwater management and erosion control, after which I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission and or the public. So as Val mentioned, we are here tonight proposing to construct an 819,000 square foot warehouse distribution center and accompanying site improvements upon the northerly portion of the 35 Bacon Road property. The graphic before you is turned 90 degrees from what Val just presented, so north would be on the right-hand side of your screen. What I'd like to do is just to go through a couple of the key site design elements that are included in this application. So the first piece is access. The main access to the project will be the east driveway off of Bacon Road. I can show you here on your screen this location. The existing east driveway that currently leads into the property will be extended to provide access to the proposed development. Access is provided around the entire building, as you can see. Vehicles are free to leave the site along this route, as well as the existing driveway on the westerly portion of the site where my cursor is here. As a reminder to the commission, there is no right-hand turn out of the west driveway out onto Bacon Road for truck traffic. The plan has been always to direct trucks to I-91 via Route 220. We would also like to point out that the plan includes a gated emergency access drive that connects with Cottage Road in this location here. And it connects to the end of Cottage Road. And that was an ART comment that we received from the fire department to provide that secondary access point. The building itself, as I mentioned, is one story, 819,000 square feet warehouse distribution facility. It's about 43 feet in height and is being located in the center of the property. The building is proposed to contain 2 tenants. Tenant A is located on the southerly end of the site. Again, north is facing the right-hand side of your screen, so I can highlight where Tenant A is proposed. It's about 1,800,000 square feet, 74 docks and a cross-dock orientation, 40 trailer parking spaces, and automobile parking on the south side of the building in this location here with 277 spaces. On the north side of the building, Tenant B would be just over 500,000 square feet, 114 docks and a cross-dock orientation, and 162 trailer parking spaces, which are located at the very northerly end of the site. There's also automobile parking on the north side of the building for 133 spaces here. In terms of the lot and bulk requirements, the site is located in the I-1 zoning district. In terms of max impervious coverage, the maximum allowed by the zoning district is 66%. We're providing 25.4, and a lot of that is because of these perimeter and other wooded areas that are to remain on site. The maximum building coverage is 50%, and we're providing 10.36%. Standard building setbacks in the zone are as follows: 40 feet for a front yard setback, 25 for a side yard setback, 20 feet for a rear yard setback. By comparison, our side yard setback at its nearest point is 311 feet, compared again with 25 feet. And then the rear yard setback is 1,069 feet, compared with a minimum setback of 20 feet. So as you can see, we're far in exceedance of those minimum setbacks. In addition, the Enfield zoning regulations require for industrial developments a 150-foot setback along residential districts for buildings and pavement, as well as a 100-foot landscape buffer along residential districts. And I believe Henry and Val will touch upon those points, illustrating how we meet those criteria a little later on in the presentation. In terms of grading and earthwork, which is a critical site design element for a building of this size and this magnitude, approximately 83 of the 181 acres for this 35 Bacon Road lot are being disturbed by this project, which is about 46% of the parcel, as Val showed. The back part of the site is relatively flat with a very slight pitch that generally drains from the north property line to the south towards 25 Bacon Road. And we have engineered the site such that it is a balanced site from an earthwork perspective. And this is because the site is relatively flat. There are no significant cuts or fills that are needed to create the proposed building pad and parking areas. We don't anticipate any import or export of materials to balance the site. And based on the soils report, we do not believe we will encounter any ledge or blasting as part of this earthwork activity. With regards to utilities, the site's on town sewer. Water, power, telecommunications, and gas utilities are available in the area and can be extended to service the new building. Snow storage, there are a number of areas as shown on the site plan. We consulted with the Winstanley property management team to determine those locations based on their experience with these similar sized buildings. The locations are such that the meltdown of any accumulated piles, such as days like today, the 50-degree day in February, will drain into our proposed stormwater management areas and not into other adjacent properties. Of course, if there's a surplus of snow and that's in the way of driveways or parking areas that exceeds the storage capacities, the excess snow will be trucked off-site and disposed of in a legal manner. So with regards to stormwater, before I present our proposed design, I would like to briefly describe the local watershed in this area of town. So Val, if you could bring up the watershed map, please.
Can you hear? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Did you duck? You can go to the next one.
Yeah, next one. Okay, so just want to walk everybody through both the pre and post-development watershed so we get ourselves a little bit oriented. So again, we're back to the north-south orientation here. You can see 25 Bacon, the buildings on the center portion of the screen to get you oriented. The yellow line, as you see on the plan, is the 35 Bacon Road property. The purple line, which is on the west side of the Shaker Lake watershed, delineates the limitations of that watershed to Shaker Lake, and we think it exceeds well over 900 acres getting to Shaker Lake. Shaker Lake itself flows southerly, crosses Cottage Road, and then comes onto the 25 Bacon Road property in the southwest corner where Val's cursor is, before crossing underneath Bacon Road. On the south side of Bacon Road, this watercourse is named Jawbuck Brook, which is shown here in the blue line. The pink line in the center of the map, which is the divide along the western part of the subject site, to the west of the site, the sheet flows to Shaker Lake in the western portion of the property line, which is approximately 50 acres of our property that drains towards Shaker Lake. To the east, the property slopes to the southeast. We suspect that originally the northerly portion of this site pitched and drained towards Crescent Lake. Of course, when the railroad came along, they bisected that. Therefore, the majority of the 25 and 35 Bacon Road site, which includes both the developed and undeveloped portions, flows in a southeasterly direction and into Freshwater Brook, which is the blue line on your screen. There it is. So that's the pre-development watershed. I do want to mention one more piece is Freshwater Brook, the line that Val just called out in the southeasterly portion of the site. It has about a 2,000 acre drainage area, which eventually crosses Bacon Road and continues southwesterly direction, where it eventually joins back up with Jawbuck Brook. With regards to the post-development watershed map, you can see we've superimposed lightly the proposed development along the 35 Bacon property. The watershed map is almost identical to the pre-development map, with two minor changes. Those being along the west side of the project, where the contribution to Shaker Lake watershed is reduced by approximately 10 acres in that location. Val, if you could go back to the overall plan, I'd now like to just describe briefly our approach to stormwater management for the project. So the intent of the design, like all other stormwater management designs, is to address quality and quantity of stormwater runoff so there are no downstream adverse impacts as a result of the project. Thank you, Val. The design is being performed in accordance with the Town of Enfield zoning regulations, specifically Article 7, 7.10.10. as well as the guidelines set forth in the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. I do want to note that the Stormwater Manual is a design guideline. It's not a recommendation. It's not a regulation. It contains a number of tools that allows us practicing engineers and designers to pick certain stormwater management practices that fit each site. Every site is different. Every project is different. Our design uses these guidelines in the manual, as well as our professional judgment to design a stormwater system that complies with the regulations, and we believe we've done so here. Our proposed design contains a number of elements that will help collect, convey, recharge, treat, and detain post-development runoff from the project. Overall, curbing and catch basins will be used to control rainwater in the post-development condition. We're going to start in the northerly portion of the site, again, the right-hand portion of your screen. Tenant B trailer parking area. This area includes a parking area which measures about 3.5 acres in size. This is for trailers only. Cabs will not be parked in this location. We are proposing 2 infiltration basins, one on each side of the parking lot, known as Stormwater Management A and Stormwater Management B. Here's one here. Here's one here. Again, here's the trailer parking area. Each will contain a sediment forebay that will provide pre-treatment prior to entering into the practice. And it's important to note that each infiltration basin is large enough to completely store and infiltrate up to the 100-year storm event. The majority of the site, including roof and paved surfaces, is collected and piped into 2 stormwater wetlands, known as Stormwater Wetland B, which is located here in the easterly portion of the site, as well as Stormwater A, which is located in the southerly, southwesterly portion of the site. In these locations, stormwater wetlands are being created on the property as identified on the plan and are intended to provide both quantitative and qualitative treatment of the post-construction runoff. Each stormwater area includes catch basins with sumps, and oil water separator hoods into the last catch basin before entering the treatment practice. This was as requested by the town engineer. Pre-treatment in the form of sediment forebays at each outlet pipe. These forebays, which are riprap plunge pools, will serve to dissipate velocities and settle out large diameter solids. Runoff then enters the main body of the stormwater wetlands where the primary treatment will occur. Each basin will contain a combination of open water and marsh areas along with vegetated side slopes. And we have a good illustration tonight of what those 2 stormwater wetlands will look like.
Just one more time, I promise. I promise. There we go.
So this is a blow-up of Stormwater A. I'm not going to go through each basin specifically, but to just give you a flavor of some of the elements that we talked about. So we've got hoods in our catch basins that outlet into here, again, as requested by the town engineer. We've got sediment forebays, plunge pools to help with dissipation of velocities. And then the stormwater will enter these, this treatment area, which is a combination of deep water, high marsh, low marsh, again, using the guidelines in the Stormwater Quality Manual, and that's where the treatment will occur. So the outlet control structure for these basins are provided to reduce peak rates of runoff and allow for added residence time within the ponds to, again, allow for settling of suspended solids, biological uptake through the vegetation, and the removal of contaminants normally associated with stormwater runoff of this nature. The shallow marsh areas will contain herbaceous plant species. Side slopes will be planted with shrub materials and conservation seed mix ground covers, and this gives the area more of a naturalized look and less of an engineered feel. Plants along the side slopes will also provide slope stabilization along with an aesthetic enhancement and habitat for wildlife. Incidentally, Stormwater Management B is connected to Stormwater Management A, and the outlet is to an existing discharge point on the east side of the site from Stormwater Management A, which will then flow into a approximately 700-foot long swale before reaching Freshwater Brook. And Val, if you want to go back to that, I can highlight where that location is. So as I discussed, Stormwater C and Stormwater D, they fully hold and infiltrate the 100-year storm. There's nothing coming out of those. Everything is going into the ground. Stormwater B is located here, stormwater wetland. That will discharge in a closed drainage pipe into Stormwater A, and then Stormwater A will discharge via a closed drain pipe and culvert into that existing swale, which is located where my cursor here, and then continues to head to the left or south about 700 feet before it discharges into Freshwater Brook. Lastly, it's worth mentioning that our design also includes a small recharge basin located in the westerly portion of the site, located right here at the edge of our development. And so we included this in the design in order to promote recharge in that location and to further reduce post-development drainage along the westerly property line. When Hallmark was developed, when they developed this site in 1980, they accommodated runoff by directly discharging stormwater into the neighboring wetlands in the south and the southeast corners of the property and eventually into Freshwater Brook. As mentioned, since Adam has purchased the property, we have tried to improve upon that approach, both with our proposed project that's before you this evening, as well as with the previously redeveloped site of a portion of the 25 Bacon Road site. The P&Z Commission may recall that included in our 2016 plans for what was known as the High Bay project of 25 Bacon, there's a large stormwater treatment practice, a stormwater wetland, that significantly reduced peak rates of runoff entering Freshwater Brook while also providing qualitative treatment where none previously existed. I bring this up because that work, along with our proposed development and our proposed practices for the 35 Bacon Road parcel, will operate together to reduce peak rates of runoff leaving the property compared to the flows when Hallmark occupied this property. As a result, the post-development peak rates of runoff leaving the site are less than the pre-development peak rates of runoff. Qualitative treatment is provided for all new paved and roof surfaces area for the 35 Bacon Road project, including the water quality volume treatment, which is the 1-inch storm event or greater. This captures the first flush, which tends to carry about 90% of the pollutants and runoff, as well as 80% TSS removal. So what goes part and parcel with stormwater design is erosion and sediment control, which is during and after construction, with our goal being to protect the wetland buffer and areas and sensitive natural resources that abut this property, specifically during construction. So we've prepared plans in accordance with the Town of Enfield zoning regulations. Additionally, we relied upon the guidelines provided in the erosion and sediment control manual here in Connecticut. Temporary measures include best management practices that are intended to limit erosion and migration of dirt debris during construction. I'm just going to name a couple of the measures that are included in our plan. We've got construction exits onto existing driveways. These are gravel track pads that minimize transport of dirt and debris out to Bacon Road. Silt fences and silt socks around the perimeter. Temporary sediment basin and diversion swales throughout the project. So in various stages of construction, construction runoff is directed and retained on site. We've got stone check dams and swales. We've got silt sacks at all catch basins, as well as dust control provisions throughout construction. Those were our temporary practices. In terms of permanent or post-construction practices, continuous site inspections, especially after significant rainfall events, sweeping of parking lots and loading areas and driveways on a regular basis, cleaning out of catch basin sumps, removal of built-up sediment in the stormwater management forebay areas, along with repair of any eroded areas or built-up of sediment at outlet control structures. And lastly, removal and management of invasive species. So Val, if you could go to the summary slide.
Do you want to talk about, just touch on that?
Sure. So included in the staff report was some deliberations about parking. We're about 43 parking spaces short based on the submitted plan. And what we wanted to do here tonight is to provide a graphic of where we could add those 43 parking spaces on site. This is just north of the building adjacent to Tenant B that would fully comply with the regulation.
Right. This is in addition to, well, basically eliminates the need for the commission to make an opinion or form an opinion on whether you want to reduce our parking. We realized we were only 43 short. We were able to fit it in, so we can construct those if you so wish.
You're not requesting that at this time. You still want to go by your original submission.
We can.
Okay, just wanted to see where you were coming from.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in summary, breaking down my presentation is we believe we've got a plan before you that's been prepared in accordance with the Town of Enfield zoning and site plan regulations. We feel our stormwater management and erosion and sedimentation design incorporates those guidelines that I referenced, the Stormwater Quality Manual, the Erosion and Sediment Control Manual, as well as our professional judgment in implementing those guidelines. And it is our opinion that the design complies with the applicable regulations. Specifically, qualitative treatment, quantitative attenuation have been provided for post-construction runoff from the development. The design includes a stormwater treatment train. As I mentioned, we've got stormwater wetlands, we've got infiltration basins, sediment forebays, and deep sump catch basins throughout the site. We've hit key marks in terms of qualitative treatment. We're providing treatment for the water quality volume or the 1-inch storm event, many times far exceeding that, as well as 80% TSS removal. And the combination of these treatment practices as well as the stormwater management measures that were previously implemented at 25 Bacon Road result in that the post-development peak rates of runoff leaving the site are less than the pre-development peak rates from back before the Winstanley team became involved with the parcel. Town staff has reviewed the plans and concurred with this approach with regards to stormwater management and erosion and sediment control design. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We now have Matt Skelly from Fuss & O'Neill to discuss traffic.
I have questions until all the presentations are done, or do you want to ask questions of the presentator? We'll wait to the end? Okay, okay.
Yeah, you want to do this
Okay,
one?
that'd be fine. Yeah.
From my
Okay.
comments, are we still going over that?
No.
No, don't touch it. You got it. Good evening. My name for the record is Matthew Skelly. I'm a professional civil engineer in the state of Connecticut. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer certified with the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I work at Fuss & O'Neill. Our address is 146 Hartford Road in Manchester. And I'm here tonight to talk to you about the traffic study we performed for this site and talk to you about the methodologies and some of the findings. So what you see up on the screen here is a little bit of a zoomed to the south view of the site. So you can see in the kind of upper right corner of the picture, the proposed warehouse is off screen here, but I wanted to kind of focus on the local roadway network as that is the subject of our study. So we've got called out here 3 blue unsignalized intersections that we studied. The site driveway and the intersections of Bacon Road with Shaker Road and North Maple Street. We also studied the signalized intersection of North Maple at Shaker. As I'm sure you all are aware, North Maple and Shaker are both state roads. So that's relevant in a few ways. We'll get to that in just a second. The truck route, as has been already mentioned, is to and from the southeast on Bacon Road to Shaker Road, and then out to the west to 91. The route for passenger vehicles, folks who work at these facilities, is somewhat similar. You see more coming to and from the west on Bacon Road, but by and large, we anticipate still a lot of people coming to and from the highway. So that's the way we distributed the trips onto the network. We have submitted our traffic study to you folks, of course, and concurrently it has been submitted to the state. This, as I'm sure you're aware, is a certified major traffic generator, this site, the whole thing, 25 and 35. So anytime you're adding any square footage to a certified major traffic generator, you have to go through the Office of the State Traffic Administration, OSTA. So knowing that, this was a sizable expansion to the warehousing facility on site, one of the first things we did was submit a scoping review to the department. We just wanted to know more or less what their stance was going to be. We showed them our study, which incidentally at the time, when Stanley had asked us to analyze a 1.2 million square foot facility, as Val mentioned earlier, that is what we asked. That's what we conducted our scoping review with. And what they came back with was that they are not interested in any improvements at any of their intersections. So no changes to the state intersections. And this was something that, we were very prepared to comply with what the state wanted, regardless of what it was. So I wanted to point that out kind of right up front. This is not a situation where the town has to carry the burden of, fully vetting the traffic study. This is a situation where the Department of Transportation has some great traffic engineers who are looking at our work, making sure that we're doing everything right. So hopefully that's something that you guys can take a little, have some confidence in their doing their job correctly. We can go to the next slide. So just a little bit of history on the site. Originally permitted by then the State Traffic Commission in 1980 at just over 1 million square feet with 475 parking spaces. 2007, the certificate was amended to include additional parking spaces, but no change to the square footage. What is out there today is just under the total allowable at 1,012,000 square feet, 615 parking spaces. And then there's the proposed, as was mentioned, 819,000 square feet and an additional 625 parking spaces. And so you can see there what the new total will come out to. And that is going to be what is presented. That was what was presented to the state in terms of the totals. So just a little bit here. I know that's a lot of words on the slide. I'm not intending to go through and read all of it, but I wanted to just kind of give a high level overview of what the methodology is of a traffic impact study. The first thing we have to do is collect the existing information that's out there. So, we do a site visit. We measure sight lines from the driveways. These are existing approved driveways. They all have compliant sight lines. We are collecting traffic data. In this case, we actually had begun a traffic analysis for this site in 2016. We conducted turning movement counts at these study area intersections then, which, it didn't wind up going forward then. Very convenient for us now because we had data collection at those intersections prior to COVID. So that gave us a great ability to give those counts to the DOT, and they told us how they wanted us to grow those counts. We grew them forward to our build year and used that as our background level. We also conducted a crash data analysis and found that, there's some of the signalized intersection, that one's averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 crashes per year. Not something higher or at any kind of an unusual pattern than what you would expect at a signalized intersection with that kind of volume. The other two unsignalized state intersections intersections are lower. Those are averaging around 1 a year, which is, a pretty good indication that even if there might be a little bit of delay at those intersections, they're not problem intersections. They're not places where you're having significant crash problems. So I alluded to the development of the background condition. Once you get that background condition, you do a baseline analysis. You figure out what the delays and the queues are at your intersections for the background condition. You add the trips generated by the site, which I'll get to a little bit more in a second. You add those to the network in the way that I described previously. And then you conduct a second analysis to assess what the impact will be. So that's the basics of it. At each of the intersections we studied, at the signalized intersection, no change in level of service. There's a small increase in delay, but only a few seconds there. Similarly, at the intersection of North Maple and Bacon, we found that at that intersection there actually is a degradation in level of service. I'm going to look at my notes here. I believe it's in the morning peak hour. The level of service goes from a B to a C, a level of service B to a level of service C. And that's kind of just a grading scale of delay at the intersections. That's an increase of about 6 seconds per vehicle on average. That's what triggered that degradation in level of service. There's actually also another one at the site driveway where during the PM peak, it goes from an A to a B, and that's up by an increase of only 1 second, but tripped it right over the line, so now that's level service B. Level service B and C are efficiently functioning intersections. There is at the intersection of Bacon Road and Shaker Road a little bit more of an impact. That's kind of where you're seeing the trucks go. We found in the background condition that the Bacon Road approach, it operates at a level of service F today. So there is some delay there during the peak hours. Now, we've spent some time out there watching the traffic. We're not really seeing any kind of delay like that now, which, take that with a grain of salt because it's the COVID, volumes. But regardless, we would expect that any kind of delay at that intersection only isolated to the peak hours, not throughout the course of the day. The truck traffic is not really what's doing it. It's really more the commuter traffic that uses Bacon Road as a cut through. So that's it's already a level of service F. We talked to the state about potentially improving it. They're not looking for a signal there. So that is essentially the overview. There's a little bit of queue increase at that site, at that intersection as well. And it is, about an increase of 2 to 4 vehicles at most. Yeah, please go ahead. Got you. All right, so I mentioned that I wanted to talk about the trip generation a little bit. These are large buildings, right? And the way that the ITE trip generation manual works is some people have counted sites like this all over the country. They take counts at the driveways and then keep track of how big the buildings are, and they make a graph, right, that says, okay, if a warehouse is this big, this is how many trips we think it's going to generate during the peak hours, right? So I'm showing up here the 25 Bacon Road site, the existing site. What ITE would predict that site would generate during the morning peak hour is 172 trips, and during the afternoon peak hour, 182 trips. Now, I'm showing this as an example because we're able to count what that site is generating today. And it's generating 30 trips in the morning peak hour and 37 trips during the afternoon peak hour. So it bears mentioning that, this site in practice is generating 5 to 6 times less traffic than ITE would suggest. So just throwing that out there as a point of comparison. If you want to go to the next slide, Val. So for the proposed facility, 35 Bacon Road, a little bit smaller than what's out there. So what ITE predicts is 139 during the morning peak hour, 147 during the afternoon peak hour. And I'm going through this quickly. You know, it's split up in entering and exiting. I'm assuming you can kind of tell what's going on there. If you applied the same factor, assuming that it operates substantially similarly to what's out there today, you could expect to see 28 trips during the morning peak hour, 30 trips during the afternoon peak hour. And I think that, you know, just incidentally, some of the operators that have been considered for the site, this scans as a pretty good approximation of what is likely to occur. Now, that is not what was submitted to the DOT. When we ran the analysis, we used the ITE numbers, the high numbers that we don't think are even realistic. But for the sake of, you know, what an average facility like this might generate across the country, that's the methodology that we're supposed to use according to the state of Connecticut. So we did it that way, and we believe that that's a very conservative analysis. So go ahead to the next slide here, and I've already reached my conclusion, fairly brief here. So just to review what we already talked about, the crash analysis did not reveal any abnormal patterns or frequencies, nothing that we're super concerned with at those intersections that would be exacerbated by this development. Intersection site distance adequate at the existing site driveways. No major increases in queuing anywhere in the network. There are there's a little bit of an existing congestion at the intersection of Bacon and Shaker Roads, not attributable really to the proposed development. Any of that congestion really confined to peak hours. And again, the most critical point here is that from a traffic perspective, none of this can go through without DOT approval. So, I ask that you guys consider that, and, we're working with them, and, expect we're going to come out to an agreeable position with them. So that's what I have. Happy to stick around and answer any questions that anybody has. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, you've heard from two engineers. Now we get to the softer side of the application. We get to listen to Henry Thomas here.
Should I move to the...
Sure, or you want me, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Henry's going to discuss lighting first, and then some details on landscaping, and then we're going to kind of double team a couple of the concepts, and see where it goes from there.
Thank you. As Val said, my name is Henry Thomas. I'm a registered landscape architect and principal with the LRC Group. First subject tonight is in regards to site lighting. First subject for me, that is. And I'll keep this relatively high level just because you can get buried in some pretty minuscule numbers. Site lighting approach for this site, the easiest way to maybe just understand how it might work out or how it will work out is that it is going to be very comparable to what you'd see out at 25 Bacon right now. Very similar fixture. In terms of having a coherent aesthetic, it's actually the same fixture, but the newest version of it that you'd find at 25 Bacon. And so that is our post-top fixture, which you see in the center of that image area there. These are LED lamped fixtures and the LED provides very, very nice optical control. So the benefit of that is that you can get some very specific and very tight patterns to really keep the light where you want it. The color temperature of the lighting here will be 4000 K, which is a neutral color type. It's not blue and it's not yellow. It's in between and what they describe as akin to daylight. Because of the scale of the property and the scale of the vehicles moving around the property, of course, it's a lot different than lighting a smaller call it a conventional commercial development. So the fixtures here are on 30-foot poles, and again, that would be consistent with what's at 25 Bacon. And as well, we have wall-mounted lights that again would have a comparable 4,000K lamp, also be LED lamp source. And of course, both of these fixtures are full cutoff and dark sky compliant. So want to make or emphasize that the wall-mounted fixtures are oriented down. They are not oriented out. So they are not sort of old school, awful wall packs. They are very focused on, in this case, because they're wall-mounted, they're focused on getting light around the perimeter of the ground against the building. And that is pretty uniform on the perimeter of the building. All the lighting is located within traffic islands and on concrete bases set up above a curb so that they've got some incidental protection, and that they won't be subject to minor impacts from vehicles. We have submitted a full photometric analysis of the site with the site lighting, and have demonstrated in that set of drawings that we do not have any trespass on any of the perimeter boundaries. We pasted a small sample of that kind of a study in the drawing, but quite honestly, we have to zoom so far in for you to start to see the numbers. But basically, it's a grid of numbers at 10 feet centers that reflect the calculated light levels on the ground. And so we illustrate that to 0 and beyond. So we reach 0-foot candles well before any property lines. And I think we'll move on now. In regards to landscape, this drawing we wanted to put before you just to give you a very high look at the details that we'll be zooming in on. But it allows me to talk a little bit about some of our general approaches here for landscape. And our goal is to create a facility that looks well maintained, is easy to maintain, but has a well-managed look, but at the same time does not require burdensome amount of maintenance or burdensome amount of application of things such as fertilizer and water. So a core tenet of the landscape plan is that it is rooted in native plant materials or adaptive plant materials, but primarily natives, and native and adaptive seed mixes. So the intent there is to not require irrigation and to not require lots of application of fertilizers and chemical treatments and those kinds of things. So good, healthy plant materials. In general, the character of the landscape at 25 Bacon is one of lawns and trees. And generally, we're applying that same kind of strategy to the area immediately around the new building. And that is to say that it'll be a fairly clean, simple palette. But at the same time, we're trying to reduce lawn areas to the minimum amount possible. We don't want to create that kind of a maintenance requirement by any means. So generally, we're using a low-mow lawn mix that could be maintained as much as people might maintain their own home. But if you let it grow, it'll get a little bit shaggy, but it isn't going to turn into an abandoned property kind of an appearance. At the same time, it's very water tolerant, shade tolerant, sun tolerant. And so we are using that as the kind of cosmetic framework around the areas where people are and where people come and go to the building. But whenever possible, we're going to transition to wildflower applications, and a mix in particular that's called Fuzz and Buzz. And it's a seed mix that is full of native grasses and perennials, specifically designed for situations where you don't need to or don't want to maintain things as lawn. So very frequently we have edges along curb lines that are lawn just to keep them neat and maintained. But then once you get beyond that, the larger bodies of land that are either disturbed or in between things will be wildflower treatments. The tree species that we're using, again, we've got a couple of different groups of trees. We've got large shade trees, and these would be trees that require a lot of elbow room to get to their big mature height or size. And those would include things like sweet gum, sugar maples, London plane trees, pin oaks. And those would be sited on the perimeter of the site or perimeter of the improved area, where we have the room to let big trees grow. Areas that are adjacent to truck travel ways or trailer travel ways, where those have a greater height and get close to curbs, we'll be using narrower shade trees. For example, Armstrong red maples, which stay very narrow but still get to a meaningful height and still define space. Around the parking areas, we've got also a mix of smaller, more modest shade trees like a Carpic red maple and Skyline honey locust. And then where the building has entrances at either end of the building, we've got ornamentals such as flowering dogwoods. Again, a native tree rather than something that's, kind of artificially appropriate. All installed sizes of plant materials will meet or exceed the requirements of Section 1020. I'll just state that very simply. So now what we'll do is zoom into some of these areas that are in the yellow boxes just to give you a highlight to some of the different treatments that we're doing. This area focuses in primarily on the south end of the building, and again, north is to the right. I forgot to mention that. Where you see the parking lot and the stormwater management basin A, which is the one that will, or one of the two that will resemble a wetlands, basically created wetlands. Around the parking area, and you probably can't discern this, I don't think, on screen, but what you would see in those islands is the Lomo lawn mix, and what you would see around the immediate curb lines would be a 6 to 20 foot shoulder that is lawn, but beyond that, in some of the big areas on either side of that parking area, for example, those would be the wildflower mix. And that ends up being a very handsome kind of an environment that you really only have to maintain, very seldom do you have to go in and knock it down or do anything dramatic. Let me just look at my notes here. Okay, I think we're good. On the north end of the site, we've got the same kind of approach to the areas immediately around the parking lot. And again, that is having the manicured Lomo grass mix around the curb lines and around the parking areas and in the islands. But outside of that, and for the majority of that sage green area, that is all the wildflower native grass seed mix. And so that is going to provide massive amounts of habitat for pollinators at this site with all of that wildflower being out there. In here as well, you see the other two kinds of stormwater basins, which I believe are recharge basins. In there, we'll have a seeded rain garden mix. And that's a blend of perennials and grasses, native perennials and grasses that are tolerant of irregular inundation. So they don't require standing water, but they can tolerate temporary water conditions. And it has a very broad mix of things in it so that it is very responsive to the conditions that it'll find. So out of having, say, 25 different species in that mix, over time, species will succeed based on the conditions that are there. So there's enough room for tolerance that it won't ever be without anything. Something will always be growing, is I guess what I'm saying. And the first year's growth will be different than second and third and so on as they adjust to the conditions. We can move on. Now we're going to turn to borders and buffers conversation, and principally we're talking about the east and west perimeters of the site, or east and west boundaries of the site, and where your regulations require that where industrial zones abut residential zones, that a buffer is required. And in this particular application, we would be looking at a 100-foot buffer is typically the requirement. Now, we have some instances where there are substantial amounts of existing vegetation that occupy that 100 feet adjacent to the property lines. We also have some areas where it isn't immediately filled in with existing materials. So we are viewing this as, from the lens of equivalence, and recognizing that you have the latitude to make those kinds of decisions in terms of, is the buffer naturally already provided, or is there things in between the full buffer and no buffer at all, of course. So moving to the east side of the site, it's important to note that in this drawing, we're sort of in the middle of the building, and everything to the left, all the way down to Bacon Road, is existing vegetation that varies, but is, and generally is at least 150 feet deep in the existing condition. Oh, thank you, Val. I forgot all about pointing to things.
Yeah. I was also going to say, just for orientation, that this is the Spruceland side. Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you. So from that change of green right there to the left, there you go. So that represents new planting in that green, and everything to the left of that line, that darker green, that's the aerial photograph representation of the wooded area that is already there. So our intent is to maintain at least 100 feet of that where we do work toward that edge. Once you get farther south, that width gets expanded and bigger so that as you go toward Bacon Road, there's more and more existing buffer that remains undisturbed. So that brighter green.
We have a picture of that goes a little bit farther south to Crescent Lake.
Could we get back to? Let's see. Actually, well, if you look at the lower left corner of that.
Look to see if we can quickly, if you bear with me and don't get dizzy. Well, yeah.
I guess if you could, I'm just curious, I hate to interrupt, but I'm curious of what your plans are, if you have any or not, are from the retention pond, or I call it retention pond, at the 100-foot mark there, right at the, right there.
Right here.
That- From there, all the way down, go south to the 100-foot mark.
Right here.
Yeah, right about there.
Yeah.
So just, if you could just do me a favor, just key in on that for me.
Well, that area, what you see in that border is 100 feet of existing plant material or existing woods. And everything below that perimeter road is left undisturbed all the way out to the left. So that bright green rectangle is new planting, but everything to the left is existing. And it varies, but it's fairly substantial, to say the least. So in lieu of removing any of that and replacing it with new plant material, we believe that the existing buffer has, substantially more height, obviously, at this point in time.
Yeah, this is a mature tree stand. We've scaled them, and they're also running between 50 and 60 feet. So in order to comply with the buffer requirement, we would have to clear cut all of this and then plant according to your landscape D provisions, and then wait 60 or 70 years for it to grow, basically.
Thank you for the information. Thank you.
Okay. So again, that bright green rectangle is an area that's adjacent to residential zone, but does not have, planting that can remain. So in there, we are proposing a 100-foot type D buffer planting. Below that and along that property line even farther to the north, underlying all of this is a landscape berm that varies in height from, I want to say it's 4.5 to 6 feet and even 7 feet as you get farther north. So that is quite continuous all the way up to the next sediment basin off of the northeast corner of the building. Once you get north of that bright green box, then we are abutting industrial zone property, which is the parcel across the railroad. And so there we are providing landscape to supplement and fill in some of the gaps in the existing wooded areas that's within the right-of-way, the railroad right-of-way, but otherwise keeping that relatively lightly populated.
And so the intent here is to continue that band of 100 feet of very dense landscaping in an area that's quite open. And then as you can see, as we start transitioning more into the vegetative area, we use a berm with some landscaping. The berm will give us some height, will attenuate obviously visual as well as some sound, and then we will continue that around and wrap around the north end. So we're trying to have something that's natural, that looks like it belongs there, without being, basically something that's artificial and it just looks like we dropped lollipop trees on it, which, you potentially could, but, we obviously have given some thought to that.
And I would say that berm is variable in terms of its elevations and its horizontal shape so that it doesn't look like a dike. It's not intended to look like an engineering structure by any means.
So it continues up northward and then wraps around.
Right, right.
Could I ask a question? Wait.
Okay, so let's see.
So now we're going to switch to the west side, the Shaker Lake side. And this aerial is just to provide some context. Somewhat of a similar situation in Spruceland, but much more exaggerated. So there aren't any current development plans for this leg in here. This area here, this is actually, the aerial's only a year or two old, but when we have been spending so much time in the field, this is actually, I'm sorry, the mouse drags, so this is really building up. But there's a substantial buffer from here down, substantial vegetation, again, 40, 50, 60 feet here. We have some along here. And then here again, there's a substantial amount of buffer, and we're going to show you some dimensions later on. But before we gave you the landscaping plans, we wanted to show you where we're honing in. And then from here, you can see the property line. Obviously, some folks have maybe taken the liberty to use some of that land. Well, we didn't have a problem with that. But they have also, at some point in time, cleared. So you can see vegetation. You can actually see some smattering of the existing vegetation that had been there probably 20 years or so. But all this in here is open, okay? So we wanted to deal with that appropriately, and we have a couple ideas to discuss with you. This gives you a better view. These are Bing images of showing. This is sort of that edge at the end of Cottage. And as you continue down, so you can see this is really what had been there, moving all the way to the south. Here's the middle portion of it. Our property line is actually not here. It's somewhat back here, okay? And this is the edge before you get to some of that reforested area that I'd mentioned.
So one of the important elements in the site plan is that line that you see running almost sideways across the drawing, and that's an existing wood line that divides the two farm fields. So on the west side of that is the existing farm field that abuts all the houses, and on the east side of that line is where we're proposing the majority of the development. So recognizing the kind of the benefits of the openness, if you will, our proposal in the submittal is that rather than occupy that side yard with a dense buffer, that we've got a proposed large-scale earth form. It's almost so large that I think calling it a berm is an understatement. But it runs throughout that area so that the slope of it is very soft and very broad, so that it really reads more like landform and gentle rises rather than a very specific, bermed type of a structure. And that has a height of anywhere from 4 to 7 feet as well. And we've populated the side or the slope that faces the residences with a variety of tree planting. And the intent there is to use a combination of the new tree planting and the earthwork to provide a buffer without making it look like a buffer. And I would draw an analogy to something you guys probably see frequently. It's very, very common to screen a dumpster. And so people frequently will put arborvitaes around a dumpster. And that doesn't fool me. It probably doesn't fool you. You know what that is. And it looks like an odd object. And so what we're trying to do is screen the dumpster without screening the dumpster, if that makes sense. Now, one slight exception to that is at the far right corner there, adjacent to the last houses on Cottage Road, because there's an existing Buckeye pipeline easement there. We don't have the latitude to do the work over the easement, and so we can't really do the same kind of landform work. So there we are proposing a supplemental type D type buffer in addition to what there is some stuff that's along the property line, but we're proposing some additional planting to end up with a full type D in that location. And that again is all occurring on the west side of that wood line rather.
The other thing I wanted to add is that doing that essentially supplements the existing vegetation here and here. And we knew that the previous in farming activities, it's not open now. There's actually been a lot of things put in there so you couldn't pass through there. But we wanted to somehow augment this existing row, so it does look natural. And what this does is it gives these folks space, visual space. And what we're going to show you in a minute, if Henry's ready.
Before we leave that, I did want to point out that beyond this point left and going south, there's 100 foot to 400 feet of wooded area, depending on where you are in relationship to that line going south to Bacon Road. And so beyond that, we'd like to think that there's ample existing material that's going to remain undisturbed to act as that buffer.
Right.
But
so if we were to apply the landscape D buffer according to regulations, we would have to densely landscape right next to our property line and the rear yards of the folks living along here. It's doable, but one of the things that I have heard from a number of folks, even across the street on the other side of Cottage, is that they like the view of that field. So if we applied your regs, they would no longer have the view of that field. So We're ready to do that. If that's what you want us to do, we can do that. The other concern we had is besides not having the views there for those folks, because remember, we would be doing both. We would like to see the berm there, just because we think it's an additive to the property. In addition to essentially blocking those views right at their property line, the landscape D buffer and the way your plant mix is, you know the size and you know how they will grow. And we believe that some folks have limbed up significantly or removed vegetation from the rear yard in order to enjoy their rear yards, mainly because of sun. Within a few years, this will certainly take and begin to grow, and we will be casting shade onto those properties. So we're leaving that up to you. I mean, we can do it either way. We were just trying to be sensitive to what we heard from the neighbors in terms of the enjoyment of their rear yard and this area here as it is.
We just have a few slides to indicate some of the depth of that vegetation around the perimeter of the site there. So this is looking at the far northwest corner. It varies from 115 some odd feet to almost 400 feet there in the middle.
Right.
And this was where, as I mentioned, you can see that from the 124 that it gets fat and then it gets a little thinner. And then once you get farther beyond that, it gets substantially deeper to the point where it's almost 600 feet across. And where that number is 568 is where Val was talking about the secondary growth is very much infilling that space. And so again, that was area to remain undisturbed, of course. And then this is just a different look. This actually would have been the slide
that would have answered your question.
Yes.
There you go.
To make that point that we have that continuous across.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Okay, now we're going to switch to sidewalks, and we're almost done. Well, thank you for your patience. We know this has been a lot, but there's a lot to share. So, we did not include sidewalks in our application, and it really was not an omission on our part. We did not see that sidewalks would apply under the regulations, and I just wanted to take a couple minutes just to explain what we were thinking and then talk about what we'd like to do. Elsewhere in your regulations, and of course, some of you know I've done probably almost a dozen projects here in Enfield. And elsewhere in your regulations, sidewalks are specifically called out. I mean, specifically, it says sidewalks required. And that's in your large flexible residential housing zone, in your continuing care community zone. And then it's referenced twice in your design districts as part of a pedestrian amenity. Not prescriptive, but mentions sidewalks as a pedestrian amenity. So, we understood when we read this that this is section 10.10.7, parking area setbacks and landscaping standards. And it reads landscape setback requirements. And it's prescribing in this portion of the zoning regs that landscaped areas adjacent to streets shall be provided as follows. So we interpreted that as if we're not going to be required, if a landscape buffer is not required, then a sidewalk would not be placed in that buffer. And I believe that's how it reads. That's how we interpreted it. And but nonetheless, we will continue our discussion here. So when you look at Bacon Road, there's two legs of Bacon Road, comes out. One's wider than the other. So the eastern section is about 575, I think, 575 feet. The western section is like 160. The 575, the eastern section, is across from industrial property. So we aren't required to put a buffer there. So that's what we were thinking. So I'm just sharing with you what our thought process was. On the other side, we have 160 feet or so. It's not that great. We have landscaping there. And we recognize that, you know, the intent of the buffer, I think in this case, is to really protect residences and make sure that there's no, you know, views into the property. And of course, as you know, you can't see, not even 25 Bacon, you're not going to see 35 Bacon. So, rightly or wrongly, that was our assumption, and we thought, well, we're going to say, do we need a buffer there? Do we want to just put more plants next to the plants because the vegetation is already there? Okay, so we recognize the staff comments that, you know, we didn't include sidewalks. So what we want to just do is show you what we have done or what we're thinking, and I will tell you that if you folks decide that we should put sidewalks, we're going to put sidewalks. We have no qualms about it. It just says we did want to share with you what we were thinking because we didn't mean to disrespect or miff you. It was just like it was actually a thought. So, Henry, maybe you take them through this first side,
Sure.
the east side.
So we have existing on the left and proposed on the right, and the boundary or an approximate line is shown here, and it's behind a series of utility poles and light poles. So unfortunately, the light poles fall right in the middle of that 9 to 10 foot edge, and the edge isn't totally uniform, but they are scattered along that line. Val mentioned we have the industrial zone. We also have just a little bit of overlap with our 44 zone where the brook comes out and crosses underneath. But again, in there's a pretty substantial chunk of existing planting back as far as you could imagine. And so, you know, as Val suggested, we didn't think that was necessarily a smart application to talk about removal and replacement. So looking at how a walk might fall in there from one end to the other is it really needs to fall adjacent to the curb line if we put one in there, simply because if it goes behind the pole, it's going to wander on and off the right-of-way. And that would bring us to the intersection, but understand that the property line for 35 returns on the other side of that curb line back into the site. So we don't go beyond that intersection. We could cross and get into the intersection, but we don't go through it. And that's really the short story there about that side. Oop. Did I switch?
No, it's fine.
I did, okay. So on the west frontage, and again, note that we're across from R44, the approximate property lines in terms of this illustration of 35 look like that. So it doesn't hug the curb line here. It actually ends right in between this light pole and a fire hydrant there. And again, the poles are situated in a place where the walk has to sort of fall on the curb line again there. So on the right-hand side, we show the proposed would be, again, if we were literally just going to the frontage of the property, that sidewalk would end here, and it would end right where the brook crosses underneath Bacon Road again. And if we were to implement, in this case, it's a 50-foot deep type D buffer, not a 100-foot deep, but that buffer planting would occur here if it were imposed in this situation right in front of that material that, again, runs very substantially deep.
Okay.
Could you just do me one favor, just as a heads up? Please don't forget that slide, because we might be going back to that one.
Okay, we'll mark
Thank
that.
you. Thank
We'll
you.
put your name on that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. After that, let's get to the building a little bit. The building is currently being designed. It's not a stock building, so we're not buying like a Butler-type metal building. We're actually having it architecturally designed. So, in fact, we didn't have any architectural elements to share with you during our application, but we have some tonight I'd like to show you. And, first we'll start with the rendering. And as you can see, there's various degrees of fenestration and color and, materials there. The building itself will be 43 feet high, and that's going to include at least a 3-foot parapet. The parapet might be a little deeper than that, but we're going to put a parapet around the entire facility that will screen any mechanicals. And also, with the mechanicals on the rooftop, it will serve as a sound attenuation. Here's a close-up cross-section of what we're talking about here. This is essentially an entrance area, so there's metal cladding here, glass, and then any other area outside of the two entrances, because remember we have two tenants, so we have them on both sides, would be a painted concrete with a number of 3 elements of color. So here are both sides of the tenant entrances, and you can see their relevance and their approachway in comparison to the rest of the building. The colors were chosen specifically to be neutral and to not reflect, but actually blend into the existing environment. So obviously we have vegetation, we have greens, we have other things, and so this color palette was selected specifically for that reason. The east and west segments will have loading docks. You see that in part of the site plan, as proposed, there's 104 docks on both sides, okay, on each side. We have, since we at least thought that's what the count would be, we're continuing to refine those numbers, and we think that it'll come in somewhere between 65 and 80. So the density shown here, it is somewhat reflective of that. The less docks you have, there's just less breakup of the doors, but the continuum of the color remains the same. I do have some floor plans. Again, they're just very, very general. We're starting to, we had some existing prototypes back in January. They continue to be refined, but we didn't have anything, as of late. But at least I wanted to submit these copies, if I may.
Yeah, please.
And, we recognize the size of the building, and we were intentionally looking for a palette that would work. And, of course, it would work nicely with the landscaping that we've chosen. A little bit about the building. There has been a conscious decision to not add condenser units on the rooftop, which means that there will not be any cold storage or any type of cooling requirements in the building, which of course limits the type of tenant that would be interested there. But we felt by eliminating that would substantially eliminate the noise. And I'm saying that because that's our segue to the sound study. So I'd like to bring up, thank you. Rob O'Neill from Epsilon.
Just so I can gauge the time, how long do you think you're going to still need for your present? Not just yours, but overall.
I would say 15 minutes at the most.
Okay.
You got to talk fast, though. And I will too.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. We're just trying to gauge. Thank you.
I think I drew the short straw coming towards the end here. But, again, for the record, my name is Robert O'Neill. I'm an acoustical engineer and a principal at Epsilon Associates. Our offices are located in Maynard, Massachusetts. I'm board certified by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering, and our firm was retained to do a sound analysis for the proposed project. So I'm going to give you the highlights here tonight. So there's really three basic goals here in a sound study. One is to try to understand the existing noise levels out there today. Number two, understand the regulations. And number three, do an evaluation and see what the compliance is with the applicable town and state noise standards. In a little bit more detail, the methodology involves collecting existing condition sound level measurements out around the site. I'll show you another slide on that. Talking to the engineers and the project team about what, at this juncture, they expect any sound producing sources at the site to be. We understand that. We try to get any sound data they have on those. We use this international standard, this ISO 9613-2, which is very commonly used in our acoustical engineering community to calculate sound levels from a source of sound to someplace out in the community. It's very standard and widely used. And then finally, once we have that information, we then compare the predicted sound levels to the applicable regulations. And next slide, please. And what are those sound level standards? Obviously, as you know, the town of Enfield has the Code of Ordinances. Section 38-106 talks about those, the very specific ones. The project is located in industrial land, so that's the emitter, potential emitter is industrial. And we were interested in looking at the nearest residential properties to the east and the west. So the zone in which the receptor or the properties are located is residential, and there's both daytime and nighttime sound level limits for residential. 61 during the day, 51 at night. In the regulations explicitly, backup alarms are excluded if they're needed for safety. Mobile sources of sound, so cars, trucks circulating within the site in the state regulations are exempt from sound standards because the state has their own regulations for motor vehicles that we all have to get certified by our cars. Once you're positioned at the loading dock, then you're subject to the sound rules. And the Connecticut DEP, Section 22A69, has their own set of sound rules and standards, which are very, very similar to the town of Enfield's. I'm not going to go through and list them all here for the sake of time. This noise thermometer, I don't expect everyone to be able to read it. I apologize. It's a little smaller than I thought it would be in the room. But what this is a sound thermometer. And the idea is that decibels are logarithmic. So very quiet sources of sound are at the bottom, and very loud sources are at the top of this thermometer. And I'll give you two data points that are pretty easy for us all to understand. So normal conversation between a couple of people without using the microphone like I'm using right now is about 60 decibels. A soft whisper is about 40 decibels. So that's just kind of a couple benchmark numbers there for sound levels. Next slide, please. So in November of 2021, we went out and collected some existing sound level measurements at the site. We focused, as I said, on the residential areas to the east and to the west, Spruceland and Cottage. And while we were there, we also took advantage of the operations at 25 Bacon Road and measured some of the activities there at that facility as well to get some real-time data of their trucks and so forth at that facility. And we used those in our modeling for the 35 Bacon Road site. Next slide, please. This is a map that's similar to ones you've seen earlier this evening. North is to the top. And this shows that there's 4 dots. Val is showing you there's 2 on the west towards Cottage, and then 2 on the east. Our measurements were all conducted on the 35 Bacon Road property, but in the relatively close proximity to the residential area. Next slide, please. So the prediction methodology that we use and that acoustical engineers are charged with using, we use conservative assumptions. Some of the traffic engineers, they're listed up here. Worst case is the wind is blowing from the source of sound to the house. We assume that all the time. We assume all the equipment's operating at their full capacity. We put in meteorological conditions into the model that cause the least amount of sound reduction. So temperature, humidity, and so forth, temperature inversions. And we don't try to take any credit for shielding, say, from vegetation or trees, even though there are some trees up there. We don't take any reduction in sound from that. So we feel the calculations are conservative. Next slide. I told you I'd be quick. This is my last slide. So in conclusion, what we found from our analysis is that the project operations, as we understand them today, are going to easily meet the town's noise ordinance for residential land use, both day and night. And the same is true of the state regs, the state limits. So thank you for your time, and I'll look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to close at least my leg of this Olympic trial with just reviewing some of the compliance provisions in your regulations. So I'm going to go through those. That'll conclude my remarks, and then Attorney Cody will just come up and close, and we can entertain questions. First, I'd like to review the Commission's decision-making criteria as prescribed in the zoning regs. All the prescribed bulk requirements and site details have been met. We are including required landscaping buffers and will follow the Commission's lead on which option it chooses. We have included an additional 43 spaces to eliminate the need for the Commission to approve a reduction, but we can certainly discuss, not doing that, but we think it could be a discussion. We have demonstrated compliance with local erosion sedimentation control requirements, and our stormwater management system complies with the Connecticut Stormwater Manual. In compliance with your site plan approval criteria, all proposed traffic access ways are adequate but not excessive in number. They're adequate in width, grade, alignment, and visibility, and appropriately separated from street corners or other places of public assembly. There's an adequate off-street parking and loading spaces provided, and that interior circulation is adequate to provide safe accessibility for employees and visitors to all parking areas. Parking and service areas have been reasonably screened, and care has been taken to preserve existing vegetation to provide additional buffers. Landscape materials are not reliant on irrigation. They include native species as appropriate and also provide critical pollinator habitat that is currently not found in the area. The proposed improvements adhere to the standard details and cross-sections related to town standards for construction and improvements. And performance standards outlined in Section 7.10. The operations of the facility will not result in dust, dirt, fly, ash, or smoke to constitute a critical source of air pollution, create a nuisance, or endanger public health. The operation of the facility will not emit offensive odors or noxious, toxic, or corrosive fumes or gases. All operations and uses of land shall conform to the town noise ordinance. With the exception of vibrations necessarily involved in construction or demolition of buildings and other structures, no vibration shall be transmitted outside of the property. No radioactive material shall be manufactured at the facility or will be disposed of within town. All external illumination is dark sky compliant, and no light will trespass upon neighboring properties. The site has been engineered to adequately drain and not cause flooding in compliance with local regulations. Refuse or other waste materials and no liquids shall be dumped or discharged as to constitute a source of water pollution. There will be no dumping, no junk cars stored, or garbage accumulated on the site. And nothing related to this proposed facility will interfere with radio and television reception. And finally, the stormwater system has been designed to meet local and state requirements, including the provisions of the Connecticut Stormwater Manual, meeting the goals for both quantity and quality. We appreciate the time. We know it's been long, a lot of details. I'm sure you'll have some questions. I would like to turn it back over to Attorney Cody, just if he has any concluding remarks.
Mr.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Shoot.
Sure. Do you want me to continue?
I think we'll be okay to continue, yes.
All I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, is that in the interest of time, I will save a wrap-up until a later point in the hearing. Valerie did a wonderful job summarizing the application's consistency with the zoning regulations. So we thank you for your time. We'll pause here and turn it back over to the commission to ask you if you have any questions that you'd like to ask of us.
Thank you. I'm sure we have a lot of questions, but I'm going to talk to my fellow commissioners. Is your wish to do the questions now or hear from the residents and go back to ask questions later? I'm looking for a consensus of the commission. Do you want to hear from the residents first and then come back to the applicant for questions, or do you want to do the questions with the applicant now? I think so.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, if it's okay with you as the applicant, is we would like to hear from the residents first and then come back with you with questions. Thank you so much.
Okay,
That
thank
works.
you.
Thank you very much.
That works best for us, I think, and for everyone. Ben, do you have the sign-up sheet? Yeah, thank you. In the meantime, I'm going to recess for 1 minute so we can just get up and stretch if anyone has to go to the ladies' or men's rooms while we're getting public participation of this, this hearing. I want to remind everyone that I have the list. I'm going to go down through the list. There is just one little minor change to that, but other than that, everyone has 5 minutes to speak. We will be timing you. You can't come up a second time after everyone is done. You're to talk specifically about the site plan. This is about the site plan and anything that relates to the site plan. Not about inland wetlands, not about quality of life. It's about the site plan. I will ask you, if you start going down a different path, I will ask you to please stop. I will try to be kind and considerate and totally understanding, since I live in this community also, but I just wanted to let you know the ground rules. So with that, Mr. Hanley has agreed to bypass his spot, and if I mispronounce your names, I really do apologize. We will hear first, the first 5 minutes, from Linda Astoff from 109 Cottage Road. Linda, please, if you can come up.
No, you're hearing from Steve Trinkhouse first. Our mistake, you're hearing from Steve Trinkhouse.
And who is Steve Trinkos?
He is an engineer hired by Save the Lakes.
Did he? Okay, all right.
Karen suggested that when people start repeating themselves.
Yeah,
you can-
yeah. Hi, good. Yeah, is the red button on there, Stephen? Yep, and please name and identify
it is.
yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Steve Trinkus. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut. I was retained by the neighbor group to review this from a civil engineering perspective. And the neighbors, while they have submitted an intervention petition, it hasn't been acted on, so I will take my 5 minutes. Contrary to what you heard in the presentation, the design of the stormwater management system for this site does not conform to the 2004 Stormwater Quality Manual. Primarily, an industrial site such as this is considered a high pollutant load site, and the manual forbids the infiltration of runoff without adequate pretreatment. So the applicant's 2 infiltration basins cannot be used because the only treatment they have is a deep sump catch basin, which does nothing for water quality. Secondly, the 2 other basins, A and B, are considered there stated as constructed wetlands. What you'll see in the letter is the different types of stormwater ponds and wetlands in the DEP manual. This is more of a wet pond with a wetland perimeter. It's not a constructed wetlands. They're 2 different animals. The design of the forebays for all of these basins do not comply with the manual. Additionally, there's a series of test pits that were submitted. They're all about 8 foot deep. The bottom of the 2 larger basins, A and B, are about 17 to 18 foot below grade. The applicant has no idea what the soils are below 8 feet. If they're in bedrock, you can't put the basin there without lining it because the manual does not permit it. This is a high pollutant load site. There is absolutely no water quality treatment being proposed. There's also no volume reduction. If you look at this building footprint of 819,000 square feet and you put 1 inch of rain over it, 1 inch of rain is what's called the water quality storm. It occurs 85 to 90% of the time based on rainfall records. The volume that roof will generate every time we get an inch is 510,000 gallons of water, and that does not include the parking lot. There has been no assessment by the applicant of the downstream impacts of that much runoff volume, and runoff volume is what causes flooding, and it will cause a lot of flooding. There's a lot of technical issues on the plans. They're all itemized in my letter. The E&S plan is also not in compliance with the guidelines. While there's 3 phases, quote unquote, on the plans, there's no areas defined. According to the applicant's submittal, 83 acres of this site is being disturbed. The general permit by Connecticut DEP allows 5 acres at a time, or if you go beyond it, you need to get an individual permit, but you have no phasing plan. Your regulations, your zoning regulations, require a phasing plan. It also requires all trees greater than 12-inch diameter to be located. There's not a tree shown on the site plan at all. Additionally, as Val Farrow mentioned, well, we're working on architectural plans. Your regulations require architecturals as part of your submittal package. So this application is not complete because it is not in compliance with your requirements for a site plan. That's plain and simple. But there are many technical deficiencies on this plan. Stormwater runoff is going to be a problem. Listening to the landscape architect, these berms, assuming they're going to be built out of the excavated material, is relatively sandy. Sandy soil is very well draining. Vegetation to establish it doesn't like well-drained soils like that because it can't become established. So you're going to have to water this. You're likely going to have to amend the soils either with fertilizer or compost or something to get the pollinator grass to grow. If you look at the landscape berms and some of the plantings they propose, there's large area of those berms that there's not a tree found. And I'm also going to talk about some of the existing vegetation quickly. I have a Bachelor of Science in Forestry from the University of New Hampshire, so qualifies me as an expert to talk about the trees. If we're talking 50 to 60-foot trees, those crowns are at the top. Everything below that crown is pretty much a bean pole. Think of a Tootsie Roll lollipop. Big round head, but nothing underneath it. Leaves are on the trees a very short time of the year. Otherwise, deciduous trees pretty much provide absolutely no effective screening. This building is 42 foot tall. Most of your houses are less than 35 feet to the peak of your roof. If you have a two-story house, you're maybe 12 feet above grade at your second floor window. This is is way up there. This is a giant building, and this will be visible, berms or not, this will be highly visible to the neighbors. But my primary concern, and it's itemized in the letter, is it is not in compliance with the erosion guidelines. It is not in compliance with the stormwater quality manual. There will be adverse stormwater impacts if the plan goes forward as is. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the information letter. Kenneth Hanley?
I'll defer right now.
Okay. Karen LaPlante?
Good evening. Karen LaPlante. I'm here representing the Conservation Commission. We had a meeting on Tuesday and authorized this letter to be read.
Karen, can you give your address too, please? for the record?
166 North Maple Street in Enfield.
Thank you, Karen.
The Enfield Conservation Commission, also referred to as the ECC, would like to comment on the proposed Winstanley development at 2535 Bacon Road. The proposed development is taking place on property zoned as industrial, but recently used as farmland. In consideration of the residential neighborhood abutting the development, the ECC feels that the Town of Enfield zoning regulations in regards to landscaping standards for buffer yards be strictly adhered to. Specifically, page 128 of the zoning regulations, section 10.20, landscape standards, state, Section B, buffer yards, any lot developed or proposed to be developed within a commercial or industrial use which abuts or is located across the street from a residential district shall establish and maintain buffer yards as a minimum to the standards which follow. And then it talks about other things. And then it goes on to say buffer yard examples are shown in figure 10.20. And in section 4, D buffer yard, these standards shall be required where any industrial district abuts a residential district. A D buffer yard is 100 feet deep. C, the commission may modify the buffer yard standards when, in the opinion of the commission, the adjoining land users are sufficiently protected. D, additional requirements. The commission may, in addition to requiring buffer yards, require that a berm, as shown in figure 10.20, be built and may require the substitution of evergreen trees for understory trees in those instances where it determines that it is necessary to screen the site from adjacent uses. That's all part of the regulation I was quoting. The Conservation Commission discussed this plan at our meeting of February 8th, 2022, and are concerned that the landscape plan of this application does not meet the requirements of the D buffer standards. The requirement of 8 canopy trees, 12 understory or evergreen trees, and 50 shrubs for every 100 square feet are not shown on the plans. In fact, there are no shrubs mentioned in the plant list on page 40. Our main focus of the discussion was the area directly to the east of Cottage Road, where the industrial zone abuts the residential zone. Although the applicants are leaving existing trees in many locations, these locations are not meeting the required 100 feet deep in all the locations. and there is no indication the existing tree canopy meets the required plantings. Some of those existing tree lines are as little as 16 feet, and the proposed plantings are not compatible with the D buffer yard planting diagram in Figure 10.20, shown on page 129 of the Enfield zoning regulations. One other issue is the height of the berms. It appears from the diagram of the berm in the zoning regulations, Figure 10.20, berm height should be between 3 and 5 feet. Page 37, cross-section D-D, shows a berm 17 feet. Page 43 does show a very large berm at the rear of the property with very few trees that appears to be 25 feet high. Trees are aesthetically pleasing, will purify the air, act as a sound and visual barrier, provide a windbreak, and capture and store carbon. The Conservation Commission requests the Planning and Zoning Commission require the applicant to provide the proper D buffer yard, as shown in Figure 10.20, which requires 8 canopy trees, 12 understory or evergreen trees, and 50 shrubs for every 100 square feet. We would also request the berms be no higher than 5 feet as indicated on the same Figure 10.20 of the zoning regulations. The D buffer requirements are designed to create a transition area between an existing neighbor and an industrial development. Since this area was previously farmed, a new industrial development is a stark change from the previous environment. The ECC believes adhering to the existing D buffer requirements would help soften that change. We are not asking the developer do more than the current regulations require, although more would be welcome. We only ask that the current regulations not be varied or softened. We would also like the developer to be aware of a program available in Connecticut, which is getting much attention in Enfield at this time. It is a land use value assessment law, commonly referred to as Public Act 490. If the property were to create a managed forested area of a minimum of 25 acres, they would qualify for this program. We would like to suggest they consider this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Sherry Jackson?
Good evening. My name is Sherry Jackson. I live at 119 Cottage Road. I'm here to bring some concerns to the forefront regarding the proposed special permit and site plan review, SPR 1881. During the last planning and zoning meeting, we were told by the chairman and a few other members of this commission that we were only permitted to speak about the building or the parking lot or the plantings, and we were not able to discuss quality of life issues. Later, we were also told that the only way a modification could be made to the site plan in those areas was if the applicant himself decided to grant any changes. We were also told not to get our hopes up. I would hope that the changes could be made based on hearing the concerns of the constituents in the town and listening to their research and data. In the case that something may have been overlooked, then it is my hope that this commission would require a remedy from this applicant. After doing a lot more research, it is my understanding that you may reject a site plan, although proper in form, may be so intrusive of the needs of the public in one regulated aspect or another, that rejection by the board would be tenable. I did a little more research into why other planning and zoning commissions in the state of Connecticut denied projects, and I learned that on Monday, the Wallingford Planning and Zoning Commission denied a permit for a Bristol-Myers Squibb property because residents had concerns about possible noise and traffic issues. Last September, also in Wallingford, the Planning and Zoning Commission designed a special permit application to build an Amazon distribution center and warehouse due to issues with traffic, school bus traffic, and proximity to neighbors. No, there has yet to be any disclosure about the 2, or I heard tonight 3 tenants. Sorry. Trying to rush, I apologize. will occupy this site, causing this commission to make a blind decision, not knowing who your tenants are. Last November, a homeless shelter plan was denied in Danbury due to public safety issues. Granby denied an area for dirt bike use due to excessive noise and dust. In Fairfield, a proposal to build a large veterinary hospital in a new location was denied after officials agreed it would expand commercial businesses too much into a residential area. In North Branford, a propane storage facility was denied, claiming off-site traffic concerns, the preparedness of the municipal services in an emergency, and the potential impact on property values. There are many other examples such denials in the state of Connecticut planning and zoning commissions. But in light of time, I will move on. I think that you understand that this project is very close to a residential area like in Fairfield. Residents are already claiming excessive noise at public meetings where their homes are shaking and there's constant beeping of trucks all day long, like in Granby. There are many public safety issues, including possible land contamination, diesel exhaust from trucks, which contain toxic compounds that increase the likelihood of cancer, and a huge increase in our carbon footprint and greenhouse gases emitted by hundreds of these trucks. These can cause many public safety issues, like in Danbury. There are already numerous concerns about traffic, with 18-wheelers further congesting or already congested thoroughfares and trucks already getting stuck on Cottage Road where they do not belong, and neighbors already complaining about noise at all three Winstanley sites, like in both denied projects in Wallingford. This building will have an effect on our property values, impact our infrastructure, and attract truck accidents, which are very prevalent and not only at the stoplights. And this will further tax our municipal service and reduce our property values, like in North Branford. Most of these denials actually held up in court, by the way. I continued my research and learned that according to Section 8.2L, it is stated that the landowner must work within adjacent land subject to flooding, including work to provide compensatory storage, shall not result in any increase in flood stage or velocity. Additionally, it states, notwithstanding the provisions in subsection B of this section, of municipality may adopt more stringent restrictions for flood storage and conveyance of water for floodplains that are not tidally influenced. We would like you to deny this project. If you accept this, you have access to regulations that require you to adopt more stringent restrictions that will protect our homes from flooding. Finally, I will restate that this project has the potential to threaten the town, our police force, our fire department, our infrastructure, our residents, our home and our land, our lakes, and our quality of life with very little benefit. This is my last line. This is our town. We pay the taxes, and we do not want Enfield to be the box store capital of Connecticut. Clearly, the public does not want SPR 1881 approved. Please deny this today. Thank you. Yeah, I scribbled some stuff on it, but sure.
Or you can email it to us.
Yeah, no.
You can email it to us if I...
No, it's okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Karen Mulready? Karen Mulready?
Hi, good evening. Karen Mulready, 147 Cottage Road. I spoke this week at the town council meeting on Monday evening, and I asked them to pause and think thoughtfully about their decision, and they did, and we appreciate that. I would ask the same of all of you. This impacts your families, your friends, and your neighbors. So please think about the information that's been presented tonight and think carefully about it. Thank you in advance for your engagement during our comments and also for providing the opportunity for us to speak. I'd also like to thank Winstanley. It was very interesting. I appreciate all the information that was provided tonight. Also the 22 acres of land that's been donated. And I know this isn't going to be a popular opinion, so please no hate comments or mails from my neighbors. But I really appreciated and thought Adam was brave coming up and trying to speak Monday night. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you. So, as I begin, if you read section 1.0 of the committee's regulations, specific to purpose and authority, you are charged with, and I am paraphrasing, promoting health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community, including lessening congestion in the streets for the purpose of securing safety from fire, panic, and other dangers. I will begin by speaking directly to the inadequacies of the traffic study done by Fuss and O'Neill, which is located within the application for 35 Bacon Road. The presentation was great. It did to align to the information. But first, within the P&Z staff report and draft resolution dated 1/27/22, the Town of Enfield's Police Department has highlighted several concerns that I hope you take into consideration. One thing is during the study from Fuss and O'Neill, they did ask the town, including the Planning and Zoning Committee, if there were any other projects that could impact the traffic. And I was disappointed to hear that 113 North Maple Street was not brought up. There will be additional truck traffic, I understand, from that project, so I think it should be noted that that should have been considered in the traffic study as well. Also, within the comments from the police department, they went on to say that they came up with different crash results than what was submitted with the Fuss and O'Neill traffic impact study dated December 21st, 2021. This included a large discrepancy at the intersection of North Maple Street and Shaker Road, which had 13 crashes between 2017 and 2019. In addition, they stated that the LOS has gone from A to F since Bacon Road facility was open. I think the gentleman in the back said it's gone from A to B, which wasn't a big deal, but I think A to F, if that's a report card grade, there's some significant issues there. So I would ask you all to go back to the police report that was submitted, and please take all those considerations into account. According to the American trucking industry, in 2020, commercial trucks transported 10.23 billion tons of freight, amounting to 72% of goods we consume. Truckers are the backbone of our country, and they are heroes, especially during the pandemic. However, in 2019, there were 510,000 police-reported crashes in the United States. And unfortunately, 4,479 of those included deaths. And these deaths occurred on major roads, not interstates. Major roads such as Elm Street, which I believe a lot of this traffic will be getting on and off Elm Street and Shaker Road. 82 of these deaths were actually the individuals in the car and not the truck. If you do simple math, which is not adjusted based on actual persistencies within each state, it equals at approximately 10,000 tractor-trailer accidents and 88 deaths occur per year in each state. So how many deaths are going to occur in Enfield when we have 300 tractor-trailer trucks moving through our streets on a daily basis? In our road structure, police department, fire department, medical facilities, and other town resources, are they able to really absorb this kind of impact? The Fuss and O'Neill traffic study does not indicate how much of additional delay in seconds the proposed facility will create. According...
We have about a minute left.
Okay.
Come back a second time.
I will come back because I wanted to focus on safety next. Okay. Thank you.
Cheryl Cote?
And thank you for the pronunciation. That was perfect. Okay. All right, I'm assuming it's on.
Yes, the red
Let's
button.
touch the button, right?
Is it highlighted, the red button?
Yes.
Okay, you're on.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
And thank you all, really, for allowing us to...
Please, Cheryl, your name and address,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Okay.
Cheryl Cody, 92 Cottage Road. So thank you for letting us be heard, right? I'm really hoping you'll consider the following, as I have great concerns with the site plan. Number one, the first concern is the berms. They can contain contaminated soil, including asbestos, waste, as in that was found in the White Pine Park, Pennsylvania situation. As well as here, we had the Fermi School contamination soil that was dieldrin, and that's an insecticide that was used. So they're just reworking some of this soil. So the concern is that these berms perhaps could be the contaminated soil, and they're just mounding them up, and the ill effects from that can be significant and detrimental to all our healths. This also occurred with the Creek School. And so my ask is the soil that they decide to use for the berms needs to be tested. It needs to be evaluated to make sure that there are no contaminants in that soil for the berms, if that's what the plan is for. It's not clear also what type of berms there are proposed. They just say berms. There are different types of berms, as I understand as I'm doing some research. There's a contaminant berm, which would seem to be more appropriate, which holds in the contaminants a little bit better. I lost my thing. I apologize. This area is spring-fed. And with the enormous amount of tractor trailers that are anticipated, as people have stated before, there'll be significant oil, which we know is very difficult to get rid of, diesel fuel, leaking of the trucks, and not even talking about accidents within the facility, outside the facility. And of course, these can permeate the soil. So you have a significant situation. So we need to figure out how to make sure that this doesn't happen. So thinking about this, for the berms itself, I think there should be at least a monthly maintenance. They said there's a maintenance program for different areas, the berms or whatever, but I think there needs to be a maintenance protocol for all of these recommendations, and that this protocol results need to be sent back to the town so they can be evaluated. And it should be on a regular basis. It shouldn't be once a year. It should be, especially in the beginning, it should be at least on a monthly basis. Do the checks, making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then perhaps reporting back to the EPA on that. There should also be a spill prevention and a countermeasure in place and revisited quarterly. So what happens if there is a spill? We want to prevent it. I haven't seen anything in any of the plans about a prevention. So that's my goal, is to do prevention so we don't have to deal with it when it's a catastrophic event. So specific to the sediment forebays, I didn't see a contingency plan. We all know that things fail. So what is the contingency plan should that forebay fail? They're not foolproof. The studies that I've seen, they're not foolproof. That again, there should be monthly maintenance on those forebays. I didn't see that monthly maintenance plan. There should be something in specific order of what needs to be reviewed at what time and what the parameters are. Again, my opinion. I understand the commission can request modifications of the site plan under section 10.20, requesting the plantings of the tree, the entire buffer between residence and industrial with a variety of trees to reduce the noise and visual appearance. This may also assist to prevent water from flowing back to our properties with the berms. So the berms can actually make it worse and flow the water back into our property lines. So we want to make sure that that's prevented by having that vegetation. And then under section 10.10.3A, the parking modifications, the modifications that were asked for, would they still meet the impervious surface building coverage as well as asset setbacks with the ITE document?
Are you almost? Are you almost ready to complete, or do you need to come back a second time?
I may have to come back.
Why don't you come back a second time? I'll mark you here, Ms. Cote.
All right.
Thank you.
I do have more.
Okay. We'll hear from you again. Jessica Duga?
Hi, I'm Jessica Duga, 101 Cottage Road. So I'm here to ask you, at the very least, to just take some time and consider the facts brought before you from the residents of the lake areas, from the engineer that we've hired, who's brought some compelling evidence that there are some things wrong with the plan as it stands. Inlands and Wetlands kind of failed us and didn't do their due diligence of taking the resident concerns seriously and taking their time. So I'll talk to you specifically about stormwater management, which is my concern right now. If the proposal by the Winstanley Corporation is indeed deficient, as has been indicated by our engineer, not only will the residents on the lakeside, residences of Cottage Road, Wheeler, and West Shore have to deal with some rapidly rising water levels that our spillway and our sump pumps can't handle, but the residents adjacent to the Winstanley property will also have new floodwaters to contend with, and they currently don't all have flood insurance. And that's going to be a huge expense for them if they have to procure flood insurance because now the stormwater management is insufficient. The stormwater will also have many contaminants in it that are hazardous to health and home. So once you make this decision, you can't undo it. If you allow the project to be built as planned, with no third-party expert opinion and just the experts hired by the Winstanley Corporation, just taking the word of the people who have pretty much everything to gain and nothing to lose, you condemn an entire neighborhood to a life of flooding and pollution. When I had an addition put onto my home, I had to come here a few different times before my plans were approved, making adjustments and ensuring that everything was safe. You're considering a plan to build over 800,000 square feet in between two lakes, and the building encroaches upon wetlands. So I say it just again, if you approve the plan as it is, it can't be undone. I urge you to do right by the residents of the lake communities and do right by the residents of Enfield as a whole. Don't sell us short, and please don't approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Butler?
Maureen Butler, 69 West Shore Drive. Other people have said things a lot more eloquent than I, but I have more questions, and I assume the process is that if I raise the questions, they'll be discussed or answered at a later time. One of my concerns is we're trying to learn the processes here before the rules and the meetings and everything. And I heard it mentioned that they're willing to add 43 additional spaces, and that is not the way the plan is written as it is, but they'd like to discuss the possibility of adding the 43 spaces to their plans so that they don't have to ask for a variance from you. But my question is, is that just a way to avoid asking for the variance and being forced to go back to inland wetlands? Just a question, not sure. Maybe I don't understand the process that well. I heard it mentioned tonight, the issue of the backup alarms on trucks, that I believe it was said that certain types of vehicles legally have to have those sounds on them. However, the existing Winstanley ex-Hallmark building, there's already a lot of noise that comes, to the point that neighbors have discussed signing petitions, asking for complaints to be made for the disturbance. So I can't fathom what the new noise is going to sound like with additional trucks going through, and the sound of traffic, not just backup noises. So are the residents of this community forced to live with sound that exceeds normal decibels just because we're caught in a legal catch-22? And I heard mentioned, and I maybe didn't hear everything that was mentioned, so one of the questions I have is I heard a comment about a Cottage Road access, and I believe something was said about it there. That's on the plan in compliance with someone's something, and an emergency situation, and I'm trying to understand what type of emergency for Winstanley and the people who work over there, and if the emergency exit is through Cottage Road, is it an emergency that might extend to the residents on Cottage Road? And the fact is, what kind of vehicles can travel down Cottage Road? We have neighbors already talking about misdirected tractor-trailer trucks on Cottage Road, and as I mentioned at the town council meeting, you have a house, you have a stuck truck, and you have a house burning down, a stuck truck, and a fire truck trying to get down the road. So what kind of emergency are we dealing with, and how is an access road to Cottage solving an emergency situation? So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Patricia Holden.
Good evening. Patricia Holden, 167 West Shore Drive. My Thunder was just stolen by my neighbor.
Excuse me. When you guys talk, we can't hear if there's background noise, so please start again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I said she stole my thunder because my concern that I was going to bring up tonight was Cottage Road also, and the thoughts of a truck being on that road. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the streets out there, but I beg you to please take a ride out there this weekend. Saturday's supposed to be beautiful. And drive down that road. You'll notice there's no sidewalks, so people have to walk in the road, and I do that often. Imagine being with your kids or your grandchildren, walking in that road, and a tractor-trailer truck coming down it. Imagine there being snowbanks on both sides. There's not much room, and it's a dangerous situation. And I know that's a small part of their plan, but I ask you to think about it. And I also ask you to spend a lot of time considering this. Don't be the group of people who decides to make there be no lakes in Enfield. For our grandchildren and children to say there used to be two, but they were traded for a commercial building. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Nancy, I think it's Martin, I believe.
Yeah, I'll yield to those that have done the research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Angela Foss. And Jeffrey, you can join her if you like.
What makes you think that he's related to me?
And I just took a guess.
Angela Foss, 16 Crescent Beach Drive, Enfield.
And Jeffrey Foss of the same address.
Thank you.
So we've lived in Enfield our entire lives, and we love this place. And we went before you earlier to talk about our home that we're building on the lake. And so we are very concerned with what may happen with our lake. First of all, I wanted to show you, I went to the Planning and Zoning Department. I probably spent only 20 hours on this research. I don't know how much time you guys have spent on this research, but I can guarantee you that the people behind us have spent thousands of hours on this. So it's kind of like not really even a fair scenario, but just so you know, this is the amount of trees. This is the tree band right here. Right here. This is all of the trees on this map that they are cutting down. All of this. This whole area where Tenant A is going to be built. That's a whole giant tree band. They're cutting it. They're cutting it all down to put up this property. So I went and talked to the people on planning and zoning, and they told me that when it came to the site plan, when it came to the maps, do you know how many maps there are? You do? How many are there?
Well, I didn't count, but we have quite a few. 48.
Of course, Virginia. There are 48 maps.
I didn't count. Good for you.
And there's a stamp on the maps. So according to them, what this stamp means right here is that this engineer has put his name on this. His license is on the line. So that means planning and zoning does not need to look at these maps. It's not part of their responsibility. Their entire 48 pages is not their responsibility. Because like I said, we need to get people to help them out. We need to get somebody that can actually take the time to do all that's needed to make sure that these things are done properly. We had a person speak for 5 minutes, our intervener. He could have gone on for hours talking about all the issues with this site plan. Also, now, like I said, 20 hours. So I don't have a whole, nowhere near what an intervener would have. But first of all, section 6.00, page 55 of your planning and zoning manual says, industrial and other compatible uses to encourage the most appropriate development of industrial land in harmony with the neighborhood is the very first section, in harmony with the neighborhood. And you've heard already that this is definitely not following your regulations. And then it says, Article 5 industrial districts table, use the table for I-1. And for the table for I-1, it looks like this. I-1 industrial products, districts. And it says on here, and they chose to pick for their choice of what they're calling, what they're doing, which we have no clue what they're going to actually be using these facilities for, and then we don't know what the tenants are. But it says on here that they chose wholesale warehousing and distribution facilities, which is down the bottom. And if you follow the I all the way down, look at that. It's SSS. All they need is a site plan for that particular one thing that they choose. They just need a site plan, site plan, site plan. But we all know that on 113 North Maple Street, there's a building going, one of the tenants is going to be agricultural products manufacturing, because Agrimart is going in there. And Agrimark says that, according to their site plan, that the project for operations would involve this.
That has nothing to do with this site plan.
Oh, okay.
Please move on.
Okay. So anyway, so we need to make sure that we know what's going to be going in there, because they could pull this again. Also, I was looking at page 1, and it said that they said they covered 10%. They're allowed to cover, they covered like 10% with the building. In the site plan, looks like it's covering a lot more than that. And they say they're allowed to cover 50%, and it's only 33.3% is allowed according to what I see here on this map. And then to talk about parking, I don't know where they got, but on page 1 it says that they are allowed, they need to have one parking space for every 1,250 square feet. I don't know where that came from, because what I saw on warehouse, distribution, storage, wholesale, and mail order, which is what they claim it's under, it said 1 employee, 1 vehicle maintained on the lot. So if they have 10 employees, then they only need 5 parking spots, or or 10 parking spots, but they don't need the number they're talking about, 600 something parking spots or 410 parking spots. And then I also said, any parking area designed or intended for use by at least 3 parking spaces shall have a minimum of 15% of the gross parking area in landscaped areas. I didn't see any landscaped areas around their parking areas. Any lot which is hereafter developed for non-residential use, there shall be provided adequate space located in the lot, located in the lot and screened. The district shall be screened by walls or fences, uniform in color and at least 8 feet high. I don't see any of that on their plan.
Angela, you're 5 minutes. No, Jeffrey, you want to give her 5 minutes? You want her to continue for another 5?
He has, I know he has some.
You're 5?
And then I wanted to also say about the buffered yard D, that the standards require that is supposed to be 100 feet deep, a buffer that's 100 feet deep. That looks like this. And that it's supposed to have 8 canopy trees, 12 understory or evergreen, and 50 shrubs. So to do your due diligence, this is what is included in this application. So I want to make sure that you have read through your entire zoning regulations and the application and the narrative, the property deeds, the project narrative, the letters to the abutters, the 2 letters that were sent by other people, the abutter list, the site plan before the locust plan, the stormwater management plan, which of course has 2 sets to it, the traffic impact study, that you've done all of that and really can really say that you understand all of that before you vote yes. I ask that you vote no.
Thank you.
You want to say something, Jeffrey?
I'm going to make mine short and sweet. Juan de la Prilla with his shores has sorted the drought de marcha, has Paris as the rota, and bothered every vineyard and swished the cur, which vertu en grande is the floor. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, we don't understand what you're saying. We went to the meeting, the last meeting, and I want to read you the rules for the commission action. So it's the procedures for the commission. And this is under bias and predetermination. No member of the commission should publicly take a position on granting or denial of an application before the application has been formally heard or considered by the commission, which is what's going on tonight. Nonetheless, each commission member should avoid making statements that could suggest that the member has made up his or her mind about an application before its merits have been fully considered. The purpose of this rule is to protect and preserve the public confidence in the commission's ability to make a fair decision. We were at the last meeting, and this is what I want to tell you happened over there. It was stated in the last planning and zoning meeting by the chairman that on advice of the attorneys, I need to get something on the record about special use permits, particularly with SBR 1881. Lori Wayton emphasized that you must follow the statutes. If not, there could be a lawsuit, basically threatening everyone on the commission. That this is our guidance force for anything that we do here. The regulations are created and based on the statutes and also guided by case law. If it meets all the requirements of the regulation, it must be approved. However, what has the town of Enfield done for research to prove that this Winstanley company is doing everything correctly per state and town laws? Commissioners stated the following: the resident speaking can't act as anything but pretty much a relief valve for the public. From a technical perspective, I don't think it can add any value to the commission decision to approve the site plan. We are bound by state statute, as Lori said. We are bound by the site plan review section of zoning. I don't care. I really don't care one way or the other. I know what we need to do as a commission. That you have already heard the commissioner say that it's not going to make a difference or change what's on the table. These are all statements that were made at the last meeting. Basically, the decision was made at the last meeting, and that's wrong, and it states it right here in the rules. You're not to be saying that to the public. Thank you very much.
Welcome. I believe it's Ned, I can't say if it's Harkin or Narkin. I apologize, I just can't quite read the handwriting here.
Thanks for trying anyway.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Neil Narcon. It's Narkon, 5 Clear Street.
Sorry about that, Neil.
Oh, no problem, no problem. You did your best. It's late, it's tired, everybody's getting tired. Anyway, I just want to look at 3 big things here. You know, we got a building addition going on into a very environmentally sensitive area. Any kind of spills, any kind of pollutions that end up over there are going to be very difficult to correct. Whatever flows into their property obviously is going to go down to other adjacent areas, lakes, anything else that's already having its own problems trying to stay clean as best that they can there. Pollution of all kinds, and let's look at the diesel stuff for a minute here. On the plains, I saw a lot of docks there, which kind of makes me assume there's going to be a lot of trucks there. And as we know with trucks, like Public Works people, no offense, but nobody shuts these vehicles off. They're all going to be sitting there. They're all going to be idling, making low-level frequency noises and giving off diesel fumes. Now, diesel's been cleaned up a little bit, but it's still diesel. There's no such thing as clean diesel. That's a marketing scam. So you're going to have a lot of pollution coming off of that. Connecticut is #1 in asthma, and it's all been attributed to diesel fumes. I lobbied in Hartford with another group back with the idling laws that came through. So we spent a good day on time on that, and it does make a big difference there. And consequently, as far as I know, we have an idling limitation in Connecticut, but it's not enforced. For example, bus drivers picking up kids at school, those buses are always on. They never shut them off. And then you wonder why the kids have asthma. So this site's going to generate a lot of diesel fumes as a byproduct of their operations. No fault of Winstanley, but that's the nature of that business there. So that requirement has to be enforced. It's got to be, you park the truck, unless you're moving it, you shut the engines off, that's it. Okay, that's very important here. Getting back to the water side and the flooding and the rains and everything, rainwater is starting to become contaminated with mercury in it and fallouts and everything else. So it's got to be controlled. It's got to be cleaned up. I don't know how the sewers work over there as far as the, not sanitary sewers, but the runoff sewers, if there is anything over there, but that really has to be addressed. And just delaying the infiltration of that water into the area is not going to help it, you know, especially when there's other contaminants in it. Oil's going to go through the systems. If any of those filters are not maintained or if they're not adequate to begin with, you know, God help you. It's going to be real tough there. Okay. And I think that's about it for my first pass here. I got one more point here. I didn't come in with any notes, but that's the big thing there. But thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Linda Osetoff, do you still like to come up?
Sure. Hello. Thank you for giving us all a chance to speak tonight. We really appreciate it. I have many concerns.
Please, your name and address.
Oh,
for the
Linda
record.
Ostapoff, 109 Cottage Road.
Thank
I
you.
always forget that part.
Yeah, thank you.
I have many concerns regarding this project. First of all, according to the 2020 to 2030 yet unpublished town plan still in draft, page 32, discussing development in sensitive areas states, many of the sensitive areas are along the Connecticut and Scantic rivers. However, sensitive areas are also clustered around Shaker Pond. These natural features, habitats, and sensitive areas require special attention and protection wherever possible. That is what I hope you will do, as far as you are able to give that special attention to this sensitive area that is called out in our town plan. Mr. Trinkhouse has raised many substantial questions about the plan. You know that I have also filed an intervenor petition based on the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act of 1971. There are several areas that you, according to Enfield Municipal Code, must consider in the site plan review. According to Section 710, you must consider the following areas. 710.1, dust, dirt, fly ash, and smoke. 710.2, odors, gases, and fumes. 710.3, noise. 710.4, vibrations. 710.5, radioactive materials. 710.6, outdoor lighting. 710.7, drainage. 710.8, refuse and pollution. 710.9, interference with communications. And 710.10, stormwater runoff. If you will kindly take the time when you have time with the 200 pages you already have to thoroughly look at our engineer's study, I think you will find many very substantial and very well-detailed concerns that address these issues. And again, thank you very much. Many of us have been involved the last few weeks in our town business in a way we have never been before. We've come to understand the value of the work that you as Planning and Zoning Commissioners do, and thank you for the many hours you give in service to our town.
Thank you. Sandy I think it's Gardner?
Yeah, my topics have been covered, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Stan Anderson?
Yes. Pronounce it perfectly. Hi, my name is Stan Anderson. I'm a new resident to Enfield, a grateful resident of Enfield, and also the address is 6 Lake Drive. A couple of things. Number one, line of sight upon entering the neighborhoods. As you enter from Taylor Road onto Oak Road and you look due west, you can actually almost see the housetops of Shaker Pond. That means that the line of sight from that location as you enter the neighborhood will provide you a line of sight of 25 to 33 feet of housetop that are present above grade on Shaker Pond. So it's a pretty impressive view from that side, which is a major sale point as you come into the neighborhood for those who own property in Crescent, for example, in Crescent Lake area in this case. The 40-foot building would supersede all of those rooftops as well as the houses that are currently there. And any proposed build to prevent that would be quite massive, to say the least. If this is ultimately approved, I definitely would propose a barrier wall of some sort as seen on highways. I know this is an expense to the project, but the realization that there has to be some way to provide a zero visual impact on the surrounding properties to be able to maintain not only house valuation, but I won't say that phrase there, but the environment that has been maintained for so long in that area. My property currently, it's our dream home. We have been blessed beyond measure to purchase a property on the lake, and we have looked for many, many years, and we are so blessed to be able to live on Crescent Lake. And our property just so happens to fully abut the actual proposed project. Myself and Monica next to us, she's a wonderful neighbor, by the way. In essence, currently, in our master bedroom, for example, which is west facing, just to give you an analogy of space here, the sounds we hear out of our window when it's open in the summertime, we moved in August, I believe it was. And the community is amazing, by the way, a really, really tight-knit community, incredible community. But the sounds we hear are typical, wildlife. If there's a heavy rain, we'll hear the water roll over the spillway, a really cool sound. But in addition to that, we also hear in the distance the truck docks, the trucks docking, the air from the air systems in the trucks, the backup, the metal clanking, either it's dock plates or hookups, whatever it is. I don't know. My father, amazing man, he was a Teamster trucker for 40 years, so I have a great understanding of the industry from my upbringing. And I can appreciate it a great deal, but I also know that it comes with a lot of secondary side effects, not including environmental, but also sound. I know the sound studies that were presented here, but I actually live in vivo every day, the sound that is currently there. And the current facility, I don't know. I was trying to estimate and scale. It must be, I've walked it, but it must be 800 plus feet from our window. And I'm able to currently hear that from the window, never mind the proposed facility that would have an active road and from the train tracks, a proposed estimate of, say, 100 feet from the train tracks, which gives us a far closer vantage point to the sound of trucks upshifting, downshifting, backup, whatever it is, docking, than we hear currently. So it would be a much advanced and increased sound from the current sounds we're hearing now, which are quite prevalent. I thought to myself, wow, I didn't realize this when we purchased the property, but you kind of learn as you go. A proposed alternate uses for the property is something that is definitely an important perspective to add into this. And the other thing is the potential impact on the community. Without question, from what I've heard in the short time I've been involved, which is very, very recent to all of the going-ons here, is that the information presented by the lay public here, who have worked really, really hard to put together as best as they can materials not in their specialty or expertise in life, has without question exceeded the appropriation of the committee to deny this project and entertain alternate uses for the property that is owned by the corporation to create a win-win for the community. So all sides can have a win-win. That is definitely, of course, the role of you wonderful folks here, is to find a win-win in this situation. And we know that, from a business standpoint, as a construction supervisor myself, I go into gentrification areas and I see that there's a lot of one-family and two-family properties around. And I think it's a wonderful thing. And I see land maybe in the middle of that. And I think it may be approved, and I'm allowed legally by the town to build, a 10 to 60 unit apartment complex, maybe A, B class, C class. And I find myself in a situation where I think, I can't do that. It's not appropriate. It's the wrong thing to do. I could profit immensely from it, but in this environment, it's just the wrong thing to do. And I have to say, you know what? I'm gonna forego those profits and maybe put in townhouses, whatever it may be, to be more appropriate. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori Parker.
Hello, Lori Parker, 105 Cottage Road. I'll try to be quick because I don't want to come up too many more times. I'll start with the traffic report. The first concern is the crash data is from 2017, 18, and 19. And the last couple years, the number of accidents has risen sharply. It was just on the news again last night. Also, the counts were done in 2020, which was during the pandemic, and many were still working from home. So I'm concerned about the data being too old. We are also unable to include the new traffic from 113 North Maple, as that project is not finished yet, and which project would include the impact from both buildings on North Maple Street. Also, looking on page 2, the traffic report does not include Moody Road, Brainerd Road, and Route 190. How many trucks might go that way? I passed a Veritiv truck on the way here tonight. And I also see many now going up Run 190 or Moody Road through Summers Road, driving right past the signs that says trucks requested not to use this road. They are traveling to the 84 exit in Union. You could also add Cottage Road to the list. We have trucks all the time on our dead-end street. I know Winstanley is addressing these, but how do you control independent contracted truckers? I was also trying to find the latest referendum maps and to see when Moody Road was going to be done. I think it might be soon or upcoming, and then where will that traffic divert to? And then of greatest concern is the reference regarding the Bacon and Shaker Road intersection. Currently at a level of service F. Have you ever tried to take a left off Bacon Road onto Shaker Road during the prison shift change? Say a Hail Mary and gun it. I don't know how a truck would do that. I researched this level of service, and F is the worst, and I don't know how we can add more traffic to that, and I don't know what it would be, an F minus. So I'd like to submit this level of service information because I learned what that is. And then I'll try to get to some other quick points. The parking, they're asking for a waiver on and using ITE standards. And I was just wondering for the parking lots why we wouldn't be looking at the town of Enfield standards. Not quite sure. I haven't had time to read much about the ITE standards, but I know that, the town of Enfield has theirs. Some other quick points. 25 Bacon Road, the lighting is bright. I can see it from the backyard, through the trees, maybe because it's winter, but it's bright. In regards to the noise, backup alarms being excluded, so does that mean it's okay to have beep, beep, beep all night? Also, the parking, the off-site parking, is it 500 feet away from the main entrance? Can they use off-site parking in the I-1 zone, or was that just a Thompsonville district use? And then in regards to the berms, I was wondering who would be looking at the design standards, who's overseeing those design standards. There seems to be a lot of question on the berms. And then the comment about no light will be visible, to the properties. I'm wondering about the last houses on Cottage Road and the Spruceland area. There is little to no buffer there, and especially now in the winter. I mean, those houses are right there, closer from me to you. I also like the idea brought up by the Conservation Commission of considering land use, and 25 acres could qualify for the PA 490. What a great idea that would be. Also wanted to ask about the ADA compliancy and if that was in the plan somewhere. And didn't see that. And there's a lot of new info in here, and I'm asking, that we're going to continue this public hearing because there's been a lot of stuff brought to the table to digest and review, and also any revisions to any of these plans. We'd like the opportunity to see the revised plans. And I think that's it for now. I have other letters to read from many other residents, so I will read those separately and state their names and addresses.
Do you want to read those, or you just want to submit them to us and we'll put them in the record?
I'll read them.
Okay, so you want to come up a second time?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Stan Anderson?
Oh, I did already.
Oh, you were in here twice. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't recognize that. Yeah, okay. Elizabeth Warner?
Hi. Thanks for this. I have some materials I'd like to share with you, if that's okay?
Sure, you can pass those out. Yeah, please, I can the staff first, they'll pass them out.
Don't have enough for everybody, but
And listen, a lot of us, if any of us had our head down, we weren't being rude to anyone. A lot of us are taking notes as you're speaking, so I hope you recognize we weren't listening. We weren't listening. We're jotting down your notes. Yeah.
hi, I'm Elizabeth Warner at 74 West Shore Drive. And I just wanted to bring up some things that there's actually other deficiencies in this application submitted by Winstanley Enterprises. What I want to say beforehand is I'd like to preface my presentation by saying I've been a resident of Enfield for 17 years. I also feel very blessed to be on the lake with amazing neighbors in an amazing place. I'm from a farming family on my mother's side, and I was a professional firefighter for 25 years. And I'll explain why I'm telling you that later. Winstanley claims that the current use in this application is vacant, and yet it's been active farming since the Shakers, and still being farmed according to all the aerial photos I could find, and by witness by various neighbors, not the best copies, but You can see the oasis here and the dirt roads going across the tracks that are referenced in the deed. So they presented a deed, but they didn't present the easements. There's several easements on this deed. And many of them are regarding farming. The Whetstones, who sold Hallmark this land, intended that land to remain farmland with their family forever, which is quoted in the easements. These easements specifically say in several places, as you can see on the 5th page I've given you, quote, "The grantors reserve for themselves, their heirs and assignees forever an easement," and it goes on to say. It also says that no obstructions shall be placed on the dirt roads, as there are usually irrigation pipes below that need maintenance. So no paving over that. The applicable easements reference irrigation and fire apparatus for emergency use, but what farmers often did back then was use the local volunteer fire department to pump water to irrigate the fields during drought conditions, while providing a non-emergency training with the fire apparatus. This isn't spelled out specifically because the sellers expected in 1979, they fully expected these farmlands to be protected by the 1972 Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act as an approved activity on such wetlands as these. These easements have not been extinguished. In volume 2823, page 708, I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of this for you. Mr. Winstanley added to the land records something that appears to extinguish these easements, but does not. I can find nowhere. He's saying that the easements are no longer necessary. However, I can read you the entire thing if you'd like to read it, but this can't be extinguished this way. It has to go through the court with proper notices to all the people involved, and because of the wording in the easement, it has to go to their whether they're living or not. These 3 individuals that signed over this property, it has to go to their heirs, and they're from a short little search I did online. There's several heirs here in Connecticut and all over. However,
Mrs. Warner, can you wrap up, or do you want to come back?
I just wanted to make one other point. We originally were told not to talk about quality of life, but since when the Winstanley Group has talked about pollution, I'd like to make a little mention about that as well. When you live on a lake is created by hills. And so we've got a hill here, a hill in the center where the Winstanley property is, and then Crescent Lake and another hill. When you're putting 100 trucks with backup alarms on a 40-foot tall building, those backup alarms and the Jake brakes and everything else this other gentleman was speaking about, they echo across the lake, bounce off the other hill, and just keep going back and forth and back and forth. If this ever were to go through, God forbid, definitely walls would be an appropriate thing. Not only that, but because we're in a bowl, whenever a truck goes by, all that diesel fume sinks into the bowl and it stays there. We've had a lot of temperature inversions that have created pollution just from normal traffic. So I can just imagine what it's going to be like when we got hundreds of trucks coming through there every day and night.
Well, thank you
very
want
much.
to come back?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Can you give Ben a copy of that? Can you give Ben a copy of that, where she passed us with the easements? Can you hold on to those, Ben, till after, please? Thank you. Randy Daigle. Randy, you're last before we go for a second round.
Thank you very much. I'm Randy Daigle. I live at 55 Cottage Road. Some of this is going to be just reiterating what you heard, but one of my concerns with the traffic that the documentation that they've been showing, there's been inconsistency in a lot of stuff. So I really think you guys really need to look at the traffic studies. The ones that we've been able to find really quickly are totally different than what they're presenting. You know, they're making everything sound so fluffy and nice, and it's just really hard. And I don't want to be negative, but it just sounds so hard to take their word for a lot of things now that we're finding truth about them. You know, I love the fact that they're willing to donate the 25 acres to us. That's probably because they don't want to pay taxes on it, because it's enclosed property. They have no way of getting to it. So why not give it away? You don't have to pay taxes. You know, again, I don't want to sound negative, but they go from a Class A to a Class F. I mean, that's not like, oops, I made a mistake. That's serious numbers that they didn't disclose. They didn't disclose the police reports. I mean, there's numerous accidents there. There's supposed to be a no right-hand turn out of their place. Trucks do it all the time. They cut through there, they go down Brainerd Road, and they jump on Route 5 and hit the highway quicker to go up towards Mass. All the time. As Lori was saying, you got to, in the morning, it's hard to cut up through that way with just the COs that are going to and from. Never mind, add 334 trucks per day. Right now, we have about 1 to 2 trucks that accidentally go down Cottage Road. Our road is at the narrowest part in 3 places is 16 feet wide. You have no way of turning around back there, so these trucks got to back up. And as somebody else stated, if there's an emergency, we're pretty much screwed, because there's no way a fire trucks are going to go down there and come back up. I understand that the fire department asked for this access road in the back. I really think we need to look at that, because I just see that as a second mean. You have 2 means of egress already. I just see that mean as a nice convenient way for them to exit out and then cause more traffic. As another resident said, we have no sidewalks. Our kids play in the street like we all did, like we all wish we see now. You see kids playing pickup games. Well, that's what they do. That's what our kids do, because we have no sidewalks. So everybody plays in the street, and everybody knows that when they drive down the road. You drive slow, because, you know, these are our families. They may not be directly our children, but we treat them all as our kids. I really wish, you know, they talk about buffering with the trees and everything. You know, you all know, they plant a tree, it's 4 feet tall. It's going to take 10 to 15 years before it becomes 20 feet tall to do anything. These buffers are just going to be these 5-foot mounds of dirt, because if they're utilizing the soil there, which they stated they are, one, as another resident said, there might be contamination in them. It's all farmland. They use pesticides. So now you're agitating it and you're making it now airborne. That's something we've got to figure out. Nothing's going to grow on these things unless you treat the hell out of them with chemicals, because it's all sand and dirt. It's not really favorable to hold moisture. That is why I truly still think that's an aquifer field there. We have 2 lakes that are spring fed. Water has to come from somewhere. they nicely show this watershed that buffers all around, except for 10 acres, it's underneath the parking lot. You're not supposed to be able to build on top of watersheds. There's a pond there. It's not wetlands. They like to call it wetlands so they could relocate it. It's a pond. You can't cover up a pond. There's fish in there. We're not allowed to do that. So I just really want you guys to, and I commend you guys, being on committees for 21 years myself. I commend you guys, and this, you're not in an easy seat right here, but just, if you guys do not either vote no or please table this and make some more consideration. There's a lot of facts that's coming out. Like I said, some of the documentations that they've been showing you is 100% bias on their side, and they've been determined. Every time we do more investigation, they're determined to be false or just not accurate, just enough to make something look good on their side. But some of it is just totally wrong. So I just ask you to just please take in consideration, re-looking at this and seriously giving some thought. We have some industrial park right off the highway on Phoenix and Plumber. Give them the 200 acres and let them build there. They're in and out. So anyways, I know that's not part of it, but just please consider everything that everybody's done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, I'd like to use my 5 minutes.
Yep.
I'll be short and sweet. Ken Hanley, 72 Spruce Land Road. I think a lot needs to be done with the sound and light studies, and I beseech you guys to figure out some way to go back and look at this, because this gentleman talking about doing a sound study, and he was on Spruce Land Road, and he stated that his levels were down. Well, yeah, they're down. There's nothing but farm fields back there, or the field is where he's planning on building the warehouse. So the noise levels wouldn't be that loud at that time of that study. So my point being is, I've worked in the industry for 25 years as a driver, as a yard man, and there's a lot of noise in a yard. I mean, the dock plates alone will drive you nuts sometimes. The beeping of the trucks backing up, that's correct. It's a safety issue, so they're not going to shut them off. They're going to be backing up to the docks, and my house is right there. The young lady stated that there is no buffer zone. Literally, she's correct, because there's a tree line there where the train tracks are, and the railroad guy just came through, and he trimmed all the trees. He cleaned everything up. And then the pipeline people, they just came through, and they cleaned up all the brush. And then we get the town over there cleaning up the little wooded area in the little park on Spruce Land. Now I realize that there's like 5 of our houses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we are at the back door of this place. Adam, I don't think you want to live there.
Please, sir.
I know.
Please.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, if he was living there, he wouldn't want to live there, because he's looking at this warehouse. You got a 45-foot warehouse lit up to daylight, because it's going to be 24/7. You got tractor trailers coming in and out. You've got yard trucks going in and out, banging the dock, pulling out trailers, backing them in. My bedroom is at the back of the house. I'm going to have to sleep with that? I beseech you guys, there has to be something done more, and for noise pollution and the lighting, because it's going to light up that whole area. 4,000 watts? Yeah, it's going to be pretty bright. It ain't going to be dark back there, and it's not going to be like it now, where it's just farm fields. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Just so I usually don't do this, but just so I get a feel where you are. You're in that area on Spruce Land, a little bit past the open space part, so you're between that open space and Crescent Lake?
The alleged dense area where they said they're not going to touch nothing?
You're in that, yes. You're in that you're in that 100-yard area.
It's railroad,
Yep.
a bunch of little trees,
Yep.
and they're all rotted. They're all starting to come down. They definitely need to be, and the train guy, he comes up and he maintains them by buzzing everything down, which he just did, but it opened everything up. So dense? No, it's not dense anymore. Something has to be done. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I get a feel where he was on that. Yes.
I fixed my name off. Could I take my 5 minutes?
Yes, you can. Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say anyone who hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, my God.
And you are, just so I know.
Donna Marola.
Yeah, I see you.
66
Yep.
Spruce Land Road.
Yep, and just announce yourself again when you sit down, Donna, please.
My name is Donna Marola. My husband and I live at 76 Spruce Land Road. I'm 2 doors down from Ken, I'm sorry. We've lived at 76 Spruce Land Road for almost 30 years. That's in the cul-de-sac at the end of the street. The railroad tracks are a dozen steps from our back fence. 150 feet from those tracks is where the massive distribution center proposed for 35 Bacon Road will be built. 150 feet. Until recently, a desirable location on the street. Now I'm not so sure. Before I continue, I'd like to thank Mr. Winstanley for the proposed donation of 22 acres to be designated as open space. Every visitor to our home always comments about how quiet and peaceful the area is. I spend quite a lot of time in my backyard. It is very quiet. I can hear the beeping from the trucks backing up on 25 Bacon Road, the old Hallmark property. But it's a minor annoyance. We can deal with it. We will not, however, be able to deal with that kind of noise being generated a mere 150 feet away from our backyard. It'll be constant, possibly 24/7. Will my peaceful backyard be illuminated at night with the lighting surrounding the distribution center? Will we enjoy the glare of headlights coming from the cars entering and exiting the parking lot? When I first learned of this a couple of months ago, I tried to educate myself to get a concept of the scope of this project. I'd like to thank Val Farrow, who responded promptly to my calls and emails and answered all my questions. I drove over to the North Main Street distribution center behind Misty Meadow and across from Fermi. That's 500,000 square feet. I counted 75 loading docks in the rear of that building. Proposed truck traffic, well, I heard all kinds of different numbers tonight, but so this may not be accurate. Proposed truck traffic for the North Main Street site, when completed, is approximately 100 trucks a day. Take a ride over to the North Main Street site. Take a good look at that building. Imagine a building double that size in the beautiful field between Shaker Pines and Spruce Land Road, on top of the Oasis Pond wetland in the middle, that is twice as long as the North Main Street building. As there will be, and I also heard, I heard Val say different numbers for the loading docks. When I wrote this, I said there will be 150 loading docks in the building between Spruce Land and Shaker Pines, facing both Shaker Pines and Spruce Land. Val quoted some smaller numbers. It's still a hell of a lot of loading docks. And they're going to be facing our backyards on Spruce Land Road, 150 feet from my backyard. Does that mean that we'll have the pleasure of seeing and hearing hundreds of tractor trailers a day and night driving by my backyard 150 feet away? The access road for this massive building will approach from the rear of 25 Bacon Road, behind the old Hallmark buildings, 150 feet from our backyard. Instead of hearing birds and wildlife, I'll be able to enjoy the roar and stench of tractor trailer trucks. I think it's safe to say that our property will never again be described as quiet and peaceful. I then took a ride over to the Martin Brower Distribution Center on Moody Road. I counted 25 loading docks over there. In the 15 minutes that I sat...
Mr. Morrow, please, it's only about this site plan and this building. You should,
well, I was trying to educate myself.
Okay, but we...
As to what tractor trailers... Okay.
I think we get the drift, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Am I done? 5 minutes?
You get 2 more.
Okay. I have lived in Enfield for over 50 years. I remember when Hazard Avenue and Elm Street were 2-lane roads with woods and farmland. Why is there such a stark contrast when leaving Enfield and entering Summers, Suffield, or Longmeadow?
Mr. Morrow, I'm sorry. This is a site plan review meeting. It's
okay, I gotcha.
Not that we don't understand what you're saying.
I understand.
Okay. Please.
Whenever I see another... Oh, that's not related either. It seems that the inland... that's not relentless.
I don't mean to be chuckling, but...
I know. Our wetlands are disappearing as fast as the applications come in and get approved. I asked that planning and zone... Oh, feel free to visit me at 76 Spruce Land Road. Val was kind enough to come visit me, walk out my back gate, and actually help me understand what was going on. You're welcome to do that too. Come on by. Just shoot me a text. Let me know you're coming. We can walk out that back gate, and you can see how close that distribution center is going to be to our backyard. I asked that planning and zoning take a good look at this proposal and take their time doing it. Please don't rubber stamp a massive project that will prove devastating to the surrounding communities and lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak for the first time? I think we'll do ladies before gentlemen, so please.
I just wanted to say we live at 66 Spruceland.
You have to come up, identify yourself for the record. Name and address, please.
Sandy Gardner, 66 Spruceland. I just wanted to say we lived a few houses down from the last woman that just spoke. So we're just on the other side of that little open area with just all that's left now is a very thin line of trees. So it's almost the same situation, not quite as bad as hers, where the train tracks are just a little bit farther away, but it's going to be pretty bad.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Anyone else hasn't spoken? Sir?
Mike Parsons, 2 Lake Drive.
I want you to just wait till you sit down so we pick you up loud and clear. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mike Parsons, 2 Lake Drive. So I'm short and sweet because I didn't know what to say at all. I'm new to Enfield with my wife, Demetria. We moved here and definitely paid a little more for our house than we probably should have. But I've done so much work to the house in the meantime because of the reasons. He's actually my new neighbor. He moved in after me. For about the same reasons. As soon as we turned left and got onto Lake Drive, we were blown away. We saw the lake for the first time. We saw the kids playing in the street because we'd like to obviously raise a family someday. We said, this is the place for it. The neighbors wave to you. Everybody knows everybody. Within a year, we feel very welcome. Like, this is our home. So I walk my dog out there, and it didn't really sink in because I'm still getting to know the area, how close that actually is going to be to my house. And we already hear the trucks. Every night we'll be outside in the backyard. You can hear the loading docks already, and you hear the beeping. It's very faint, but it builds up different times a day. And as you walk back there, we're right at that. We were watching the presentation that they put there. They're calling it trees. They cut it all down. There's nothing there. And we're like 2 houses down from her on the left of what they're calling the wooded area. If you go out there, it's gone. It's all cut down, and they've been cutting and cutting every day since. So to wrap it up quick, the quality of life is why people move to Enfield as it stands right now. But in 1 year, we've watched warehouses go up. We've watched just these ugly buildings being put up. And now we're going to have this monstrosity in our backyard between 2 lake communities. And you want to talk quality of life?
We can't talk about quality of life.
I understand. I'm leaving it at that. But last time I checked, there's a thing called residential. And I also grew up in Wallingford and very familiar with what took place with Meyer. And that was, the town got together and, if the town doesn't want it, and why do we even discuss it? Because last time I checked, we're the ones that have to live with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we get everybody for the first time?
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Nick. Jesus.
Good evening, everybody. Nick Hopkins, resident of 2 Varno Lane. So some of the recent P&Z meetings have included discussion of when a site plan must be approved. It's up to you ultimately to ensure that site plans meet minimum requirements. You must review site plans alongside our zoning and planning regulations, as you may well know. In terms of state law, Connecticut General Statute Section 8-3 states a site plan may be modified or denied only if it fails to comply with requirements already set forth in the zoning or inland wetlands regulations, and also provides rules for when a commission chooses to modify or reject a plan. Section 9.10.4 of the zoning portion of Enfield's municipal code states that site plans must comply with the entirety of Enfield zoning regulations, in addition to specifically listed factors. Essentially, this is a lot for you guys to have to consider, but that is what the rules require. In regard to the proposed site plan in front of you, I wanted to note the following local regulations. Section 7.0-7.10.10 of our zoning regulations set out standards for avoiding nuisances, namely that no structure shall be erected or expanded and no land shall be graded or paved unless provisions have been made for the proper disposal of drainage water. Additionally, that no refuse or other waste materials and no liquid shall be discharged into a watercourse, aquifer, pond, or lake so as to constitute a source of water pollution. In regard to site plans specifically, a stormwater and site development design that maximizes the amount of stormwater runoff that can directly precipitate on and percolate into the soil, or alternatively, detention of all stormwater runoff from parking areas and roof drains for discharge to surface watercourses during and after site development, so as to minimize adverse groundwater quality impacts. So you have to judge whatever these and all standards in our zoning regulations have been met. Proper minimalization and maximization are not black and white. You should also feel empowered to hire an expert opinion when you find that you need one. Returning to the state law I quoted earlier, Connecticut General Statute Section 8-3, a site plan may be modified again or denied only if it fails to comply with requirements already set forth in the zoning or inland wetlands regulations. Our local inland wetlands regulations, specifically Section 2-51, specifically incorporate the standards and procedures set forth in Connecticut's Wetlands and Watercourses Act. If a site plan does not meet state watercourse standards, you are empowered to modify or reject it. And actually, if it doesn't, you're required to do so by our own rules. Again, this is a lot to consider. It is important that you take your time and ask for an independent, independent expert opinion when you feel that they are necessary. You're absolutely entitled to do so. If it was the case that you were required to approve every plan put in front of you, your function would be redundant. Planning and zoning commissions are required, again, to follow state law. That state law empowers you to both pass local planning regulations and ensure that those regulations are enforced within your judgment as commissioners. That is the fairest thing for applicants and the fairest thing for the public, whose health, safety, and general welfare you are charged to protect by our zoning regulations. So I urge you to enforce those regulations to the best of your ability and to ask for an independent expert if you feel you need one. Again, thank you for your time as volunteers. I know that this isn't always the most fun, but certainly educational. Thank you.
Hopkins, would you be willing to submit your letter to the town staff, please? If you wouldn't mind, would you be willing to submit your letter to town staff?
Certainly.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoke for the first time? Come on up, identify yourself. Well, first of all, we need to make it's getting to 11 o'clock, so you have to bear with us a second, please, if you don't mind. Yes, by our bylaws, the meetings are supposed to end at 11 o'clock, so I would entertain a motion that we stay in this public hearing until midnight. We can't go any farther than midnight. If someone please make that motion.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley to stay in session here till midnight. Is there a second? Second, Mumjar, thank you. Second, all those in favor? Aye. So now we can keep going, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So just identify yourself, please.
Mariah Gentis, 37 Cottage Road. Thank you all also for being here and all the time you put towards the town. We do appreciate that. And thank you, Adam, for donating the land that was previously mentioned, the 22 acres. That's very kind. My main concern, I live directly on Shaker Pines Lake, right at the spillway section where the water exits the lake. And for my own personal reasons, as far as my property goes, I'm mostly concerned about the stormwater runoff and how that might impact myself, but of course also all my neighbors. I do truly hope that the strategies Winstanley are proposing to mitigate, the impacts from this project as far as the quantity of water that will be entering the lake and the quality of water that will be entering the lake. I do truly hope they're adequate. I am just not an expert, and I have no way of knowing if what they're proposing is truly adequate. So that is what is concerning to me. And I would rely on others, whose job it is to check those things, to be careful and be thoughtful about, moving forward. Also, as others have mentioned, as far as after a plan is put in place, the maintenance required, the monitoring, the reporting of the numbers and any pollutants that might end up in these collection and treatment sites, I have concerns about long-term, how well is that going to be maintained? And is the town and the state monitoring that? Is that perhaps information that could be made available to the public? I don't know if that is something that is possible. But my property is one of the lowest on the lake, and we have already this year needed to use sandbags to protect our property. The water had touched our foundation. It's the highest it's been in the 10 years we've lived in the home. So any degree of elevation would, of course, impact me. So it's already a very serious concern. And just a reminder, I haven't heard anyone else mention this, but the lake is used for swimming, and my kids swim in it almost every day over the summer, and many kids use it. The beach for the lake community is the property directly next to me. And seeing all the kids and the families use the water, it would just be such a shame to lose that resource and put anyone at risk with all of the pollutants that everyone knows could come off the asphalt, could come from the trucks. Everyone has mentioned those specific things to keep in mind. So, I would just ask you to be thoughtful on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the first time? All right, so we're going to go to the second time. So I'm going to try to remember where order it was. So I believe Steve, and Steve, I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, Trinkas. Would you like to come up for a second time? Oh, did he leave or? Yes. Okay, all right. So then I believe it is Karen Mulready was next.
Karen Mulready, 147 Cottage Road. Thanks for letting us stay an extra hour, but this is way past my bedtime. So everyone behind me knows it, including my husband hiding in the corner. So we talked a lot about safety tonight. I'm not going to go through any of the other information I have on the traffic study. You have the police department comments, so I'm not going to go through that. But there's another aspect of this regarding community safety that I just want to bring up, and I'm not quite sure whose plan it's in. But there are some bad apples in the trucking industry. There's a lot of crime. I've been doing some research. According to the Los Angeles Times, the FBI suspects that serial killers working as long-haul truckers are responsible for slayings of hundreds of individuals whose bodies have been dumped all the way from Connecticut to California.
That's not part of the site plan review. That's really something you need to be talking about with the town manager or the police chief. We're about the site plan. I think you mentioned about safety, so please kind of skip over that part and get back
So
to
it's
the
not
site.
public safety? How do you define public safety?
I think we've defined public safety enough as from a traffic standpoint, pollution. We're not going to get into some polls about what's going on with, or might be going on with traffic haulers somewhere else in the country. So please go to the next part. Thank
Well,
you.
what about what's already happened in Enfield in 2018 with human trafficking?
Again, it has nothing to do with this site plan. That's not an issue for this site plan, for this building or any building. That's a safety issue that you should bring up from the town council or the town manager.
Okay.
And I don't mean to be putting you off, but I'm just trying to be honest with you.
Okay. No, that's fair. I just thought when I read in your bylaws that you were responsible for community safety.
That's beyond the definition of our safety requirement.
Well,
But I'm
I
not saying
just
it's not
think
good information. It should be brought to someone else, just not tonight at this board.
So to bring it to the town council?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will do that. So I just think in conclusion, there's been a lot of information presented tonight. I just want to make a point. All of these people behind you chipped in their hard-earned money to hire experts to go to wetlands. We kind of missed that boat. We had 4 people from wetlands decide that it wasn't an issue. We hired a lawyer. We hired the expert that was here tonight, and I really think that you should think hard about all the information that's presented and really appreciate the efforts of the people that have come here and actually paid money for the experts that you heard tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Cote?
I just want to hear my name again. Thank you. Cheryl Cody, 92 Cottage Road. All right, so I left off with the parking modifications, so I don't need to go back to that, right? So the IT parking documentation. Okay, so part of that, it does suggest that an average gross floor area of 212,000 is much larger, and the current proposal is much larger than the average gross floor area of 212, which that document cites. So we're thinking it's not a valid comparison, and that's my point there. So I know it just isn't flowing well because I'm trying to pick up and I don't have a lot of time. So the next item on my list was the tractor trailers. So as you know, they can be up to 70 feet or longer and weigh over 80,000 pounds and can contain dangerous chemicals. So being appropriate for potential contamination, spillage, the whole thing. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware that, you know, these can be significant, and that's just a one-box truck. It could be a double-box truck. So the significant wear and tear on the roads. I understand they were talking about their state roads, but Brainerd Road is not a state road, and that goes right off the highway, so that is a town road. So we need to be careful with that, and that's going to be our responsibility. It's not the state. Okay, one idea. It's probably not appropriate for me to say, but can we have a sign on the at the beginning of Cottage Road said no tractor trailers? I know that's not here, but I have to say it because maybe that's the only thing, a big sign saying no tractor trailers, that will limit them coming down our narrow street. I know.
But thank you for making a note.
With the proposal of the trucking times, I know that was out there. Is there any way we can limit the amount of time? You know, they were talking it's 24/7. That's when the truckers are coming through. Well, as you heard, it's going right through their windows, the lights, the whole thing. Can we limit the time? Okay, so I'll move off of that, go on to lighting. Map 94, lot 65, map 95, lot 5, and there's other areas that there are concerns with the lighting. That is actually peering into the neighborhood. And that trespasses into the residential property. So just pointing that out. Also, nothing was mentioned about the fire department. I didn't see anything about that on the site plan, emergency. So I didn't know if that was something that we could make sure that we address, because should anything happen catastrophic at that property. Finally, requesting a bond. There's a lot of potential of devastating things that could happen, right, if this goes into place. They have told us in other forums that they will not cover anything. So as the town of Enfield, as the commission here, can we request a bond to make sure that we are covered should a catastrophic event happen? And I mean a significant bond, because with a massive building, 800,000 square feet, that could be just unfathomable what could happen. So I think a significant bond would be a good way to kind of say, okay, you got to take this out. The other thing was, they also told us that with the construction, they are not responsible for any cracks in our foundation, anything that falls off of our houses with all the vibrations, with all the trucking. They have told us that they are not responsible. Can we have something to identify what is the responsibility? Can we have them be responsible should, during construction, something fall off our house? We've had gutters on the north Maple Street. They said gutters were falling off their houses. Everything was happening. So we need to protect our property as well. So we're pleading to you for that. I do thank you all for listening. I know it's been a long night. But just, I already said about Brainerd Road. One other suggestion. People are concerned about noise. There is a thing out there called a noise detector. Perhaps that could be put in use, especially when you have the standard with the tractor trailers are like at 100 decibels, and never mind backing up. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And then the other option is you're looking at a site plan on paper. You guys are all welcome. Please go out and visit, see the site, see what we're talking about. I think it would be very helpful. So anything else, please let me know if you have any questions, but I really thank you for your time. It's late. I know you guys have been great. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe, to be honest with you, I don't remember if Linda Osthoff was before Lori Parker or not. You guys work it out. Who wants to go next?
Linda left.
All right, so then it's Lori Parker.
I forgot to, in my level of
Oh,
service.
yeah.
to that.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got my little lovely Enfield. No place like home. I'll read some of the other letters because I got a few. So, Lisa Batchelder, 6 Deer Run. Hello, Planning and Zoning. I am writing tonight to ask you to not approve the application submitted by Winstanley Enterprises for the massive distribution center being proposed at 35 Bacon Road. This is a residential area that will be negatively impacted. Not only will a building this size be an eyesore, but it will create noise, water, and air pollution. On top of this, the truck traffic this building will generate will crush not only the local roads, but the 2 main routes, 220 and 190. The traffic study for Bacon Road details under 4.2 other developments and roadway improvements that there is no other pending or approved developments having site-related traffic in the study area. This is not the case. What about 113 North Maple? In the July 9th, 2020 P&Z meeting, the traffic proposal by the expert said the majority of the truck traffic will flow from Moody Road to 220. The capacity of the trucks for 113 North Maple was stated as an average of 119 trips for the AM peak and 133 trips for the PM peak. Now you want to add on average for Bacon Road, 139 trips for the AM peak and 147 trips for the PM peak. This will not only degrade the quality of Enfield, but will pose safety hazards. I ask that you seriously consider not approving this application. Our town can't support another monstrosity being proposed. Thank you, Lisa Batchelder, 6 Deer Run. Do you want me to keep reading the others, or let?
Do you want to read them, Lori, or do you want to just
Sure.
submit them for the record? It's really up to you.
I'll read them. All right.
Did staff get a copy of those, or?
Okay.
Yeah, no, then you're done, yeah.
All right. So the next one I have is from Lisa Lacombe, 143 Cottage Road. I continue to have concerns about water runoff, erosion mitigation structures, maintenance schedules for berms, barriers, and green space. The field pond, anecdotally referred to as the Oasis, being destroyed, covered, buried, or otherwise altered from its natural state as a spring-fed body of water. I am concerned about a site plan proposal that will permit oil, fuel, or other fluids or materials from transport trucks to run off into the lake, potentially altering its water composition, natural lake bed, shoreline, and turning into a hazardous dump site that cannot be restored. Vote no for Win Stanley's proposal. Lisa Lacombe, February 10th, 2022. Okay, next I have Karen Wesliza, 25 Renee Lane. I believe the waiver for the SPR should be denied. There are significant questions regarding the traffic study. The study included is not recent and conflicted with what our town staff reported. This was acknowledged in the staff report on page 6. Additionally, staff noted the poor LOS and the fact that it was rated an F, and the anticipated increase in traffic only exasperates this fact. A dangerous intersection now becomes nearly impossible to navigate at peak hours and creates crash risks. Without a waiver on the parking, the necessary amount of impervious space encroaches on the wetlands. That is a very dangerous precedent to set and negatively impacts the existing neighborhoods and creates environmental concerns. We should be requesting the opinion of outside professional experts related to the wetlands instead of relying on this applicant to provide the information required to review this application fairly. Overall, I oppose any waivers and suggest we do the necessary due diligence to protect our community from the negative impacts of this application. Thank you, Karen Wesliza. And lastly, I don't have his address, so I'll just put this under my commentary. Lori Parker, 105 Cottage Road. This was from Bob Rossman, who was a former Shaker Pines fireman. And he pointed out the risk of high-rise warehouse fires and the additional risks. When he was on the fire department, he said there was a fire in the high-rise section of Hallmark. The electricity was knocked out, and they had to climb and haul hose for 80 feet in the air to put out the fire. Just wanted to note that that's a serious, safety concern. And I think that's it for my pile.
Thank you, Lori.
Enfield, no place like home.
I'm going to do a last call here for comments. Yeah. Okay, so we're kind of nearing the end here of public participation in this hearing. Would anyone else like to comment for a last time before? Yeah, I'll get you. Yep.
Neil Narcon, 5 Clear Street, back again. I'll keep this short. We're all getting tired. Maybe we can get out early. Light pollution is something that is a pollution that we don't hear too much about. And apparently, Win Stanley's group seemed to address it on the new building, but nothing was said about the old building that's existing now and apparently affecting all the area people over there. And if I went out to get an addition on a house or do something, it wouldn't be unusual for them to ask me to, hey, can you upgrade this? Can you upgrade that? I think we should be asking them to, hey, go back to the old building, make everything compatible, do the same lighting scheme on that, make it dark sky compliant, because lighting is a pollutant, and it also affects sleep patterns. If you want to sleep good at night, you don't have any light on at all, and all it takes is a little bit of light to reduce our melatonin that our brain makes to make us sleep. It's a done deal. So I would go back and address that, and go back and apparently the old building seems to have a lot of problems from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we're not
So
discussing that
anyway,
particular site, but we do
that might
appreciate
be
the
want to be
comment.
included on the same deal here. I don't know.
Thank
Now,
you.
the other thing too is we had one person here talk about third-party inspections and reports, and I strongly suggest on this wetlands thing, we really don't know what's over there, to go out and get a third-party review on it.
I'm sorry, we're not the Inland Wetlands Commission.
Okay.
They ruled.
They ruled, okay, but that's something that, are we covering up something existing or not? So, but anyway, as we all learned tonight, and sometimes I'm thinking about what to say and talk about previous to a meeting like this, but it's been a learning experience for me, for everybody else, and apparently for you guys too. But one thing we did learn is there's a lot of holes in this application here that really should be addressed and fixed and straightened out. A lot of research has to be done into this thing here. So with that being said, I would just reject this thing until that's done, period. You know, that area cannot handle this extra building at all, in my opinion. You know, it's too fragile over there. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. Randy Daigle, 55 Cottage Road. I just wanted to, the sound guy that did the chart and everything never stated what the existing, he gave what the allowables are, but never said what it is, what the 25 bacon is, or what he projects the new one to be. He just gave us the chart and never said what the proposed sound will be and if it's acceptable or not. They also stated that the lot coverage was 10%. That's kind of really hard to believe. The size of that building, it's more than 10% coverage. Regarding the lighting, I know they're supposed to be, regarding the light pollution, you can't have lights that go offside the property, but what's going to be happening, and I feel so sad for the people that literally abut it. I'm on the other side of the street. I'm on the lakeside. But these tractor trailers are going to come in and then back up. So their headlights are going to be facing these backyards. All the houses that are abutting it, all these tractor trailer lights are going to be facing their backyard. So even if you have trees back there, these lights are going to be just illuminating their back house all the time. You know, I understand there's rules and regs regarding the lights for the parking lot that they can't shine all over. But you got 300 tractor trailers, 140 of them maybe coming at night or during the darkness. They're backing up. Every single one of these lights are going to be shining in these people's backyards. I mean, God forbid. Thank God you guys don't live there, because that'd be a pain to live with. So anyways, please consider everything that's been mentioned. And again, thank you guys very much for everything you do.
Thank you. I see a hand in the back there. Jesus.
Hello again, Angela Foss, 16 Crescent Beach Drive. I just wanted to put into the record that about the map that I had showed you with all the trees that were cut down. That map number is map 41 of 48. And then I also have map 39 of 48 that shows the riprap that they're putting in. They're using riprap throughout to collect all of the pollutants. They think that's going to work. And so I would recommend that instead they would use Cultex, which is a subsurface drainage instead. And that is supposed to be cleaned semi-annually. All of their things, it says in there that they're planning on cleaning everything from the pavement to this riprap to all of the tubing and all that, or whatever it is, semi-annually. I would, if you're going to move forward with something like this, it needs to be done a lot more often than semi-annually. And just one more time about the parking. Please do not allow all this parking. Don't allow all that, the amount of parking that they're asking for. And please hire a professional to assist you. Please do that. I don't mean to be and I do really appreciate. I know that and I apologize if I did, Mr. Grillo. I do, because I don't mean it that way. I just know that there's a lot to this, and I'm not trying to belittle you in any way. I appreciate everything that you guys do. I hope you do realize that. Okay, thank you.
This is going all night. You have the right to speak.
Pat Holden, 67 West Shore Drive.
Yes.
I just forgot to mention and wanted to add something about the noise. Noise travels on a lake. We hear the bang. So West Shore is the far side. We hear the banging from Hallmark on West Shore. In the summer, you have to close your window sometimes because it's so loud. And there's a neighbor who's across the lake that I know it's her when she laughs. I can hear her laugh come across the lake. And that's not as loud as a truck. So if I'm hearing her laugh, I'm going to be hearing a lot over on that other side of the lake. So I hope that you take that into consideration, that it does travel over water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you mentioned you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. I want to make sure I was. Just a question regarding Stan Anderson, 6 Lake Drive. I understand that your department, your committee is responsible for a certain part of this. Is that correct? Is the zoning and so forth? Is that?
Direct the question to staff on that. This is not a give and take.
Okay. Oh, it is.
I'm not
Okay.
sure if we can even answer
Yes.
that. You can.
The macro, your department's responsibility in this is what?
I'll speak.
Just some
we review the applications for the commission. So
what specific? The entire project, or are we talking just zoning?
We review the plans, the traffic studies, the drainage studies, everything. We send it out for referrals to different departments for their comments.
Okay, so
we will review the full plan set. We review everything, and then we compare it to. We show how it meets or does not meet the minimum requirements of the regulations.
As they relate to anything in the plan, or strictly in zoning?
Strictly zoning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. So the questions.
I'm sorry. For this commission, strictly zoning.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarity on that. So anything related to frustrations where size, sound, outside of zoning, related to how property values, et cetera, does your department or this committee cover that as well? The effects of all of that on the community?
Certainly not property values.
Okay, so that would be more of like a
certainly not our
town
purview.
manager discussion or something like that?
That would be, I mean, if you wanted to consider what the property values are, I mean, that would be an assessment.
Yeah.
But it's not something that is reviewed under zoning.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. And outside of the auspices of the responsibility for the company to provide and meet all of your legally bound requirements here, whatever, as vast as they are, what would it take for this project to be denied outside of the legal ramifications?
To the best of my experience, if it doesn't meet the minimum requirements, I mean, that certainly would be a reason to deny.
But outside of that, anything?
I'm not sure what.
So, for example, if the company comes in and meets all of the legal requirements for the build of this project, yet the community is concerned about other issues attached to that, where do they go from there? How would that be implemented into decision making?
So, that
Is that usually legal?
Yeah, that really is a legal question, but
Okay.
I mean, they certainly everything that's within the zoning regulations they could consider.
So it wouldn't fall under like a town's development or community development managed part of the town. Does the town have that, or a planning and development part of the division for the town for like?
They do look at the plan of conservation and development
within conservation.
Right.
I see. So it's not
what
something-
within
Okay.
the entire plan of
Okay.
conservation
Just for
and
clarity, I
development,
appreciate
because
that.
it's this commission that creates that. So, I mean, you know.
Like some towns will have, large cities will have urban development. They'll have, listen, we would like to do this with this.
Yeah, this is.
Yes, yes. I agree. Yes, we have to, this is
I mean,
beyond the
if you'd
scope
like
of
to
it.
discuss
Legal
this
discussion. Oh, no, understandable. I
outside
appreciate that. I just want to make sure I
Beyond the scope
understand.
of the site. I think we took the time, a couple minutes, because we did want to use it as
Yeah.
a deflamer and a sharing of information with the populace who don't understand the process, but that
Okay,
has to end now.
thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
You didn't see her talk to us. Not once.
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Does this gentleman do you have a question?
They're over there shaking their hand all night long. You didn't come to talk to any of the residents. You know every one of them by name.
Point of order here.
I apologize.
If you're going to continue, I'm going to ask you to leave. I think we've been kind to everybody here, and he was asking questions that really weren't prevalent to the site plan, and we had to stop that.
I 100%.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Hi, Sherry Jackson again, 119 Cottage. I was racing to get my 5 minutes in, which is very nerve-wracking, but I didn't get a chance to thank all of you, every one of you, for all of your attention, your patience, your kindness, your professionalism, and also for allowing us to speak tonight. And I would like to thank my neighbors for all the work they did. And I just want to say I really appreciate everyone tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Has everyone felt like they've gone through once or twice or three times? We're all set with public comment there. If Ms. Bernal, I'm going to actually talk to my vice chairman while you're chatting, but believe me, I'm going to read your last comments when the minutes come out. I'm not being disrespectful, but I do need to cover something with her because it's getting late.
My husband's going to text me and say, hey, he's not listening to you.
No, we're listening.
Donna Marola, 76 Spruce Land Road. My question, and help me understand this, is the Planning and Zoning Commission expected to vote on a project that is where you don't know the tenants? Are you going to know who the tenants are going to be before you vote for this project? Or do you vote on the project without knowing who the proposed tenants are going to be?
They vote on it based on the uses, the
Based on the
proposed
uses.
use. As long as the tenants meet the proposed uses, then that's fine.
Okay, so then it's up to Win Stanley Enterprises to determine if it's appropriate use?
When they come in for their permits, yeah, we
Okay.
would review that.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
We can close. Okay. So, based on the fact that there's an intervener, should we close this public hearing or leave it open, to be quite frank with you? Yeah.
So the public hearing could remain open, or it could remain, or you could close it. You still have to act on the site plan application. An intervener status, should you find merit in it, they may have. They may be part of the proceedings, whether it's a site plan or a public hearing. So this is not a special permit. This is a public hearing to allow the public to speak, even though it's just a site plan application. So I don't know whether the applicant might want to weigh in on this, but I also would like to make sure that you, the commission, have opportunity to ask questions of the applicants, because you haven't done that yet.
And we haven't done that, and we probably are not going to start that tonight. So I guess basically the thing would be to leave the public hearing open and table this for February 24th.
But we have time for the applicant to come.
I just think you should give the opportunity to
Absolutely.
the applicant
Yes,
to
absolutely. I'm
speak.
just talking here and letting the applicant come forward, yes. Yep. I'm sorry about that. We were discussing because with the intervener, it's kind of...
It's true.
It has
It's true.
a complexity.
Tom Cody for the applicant. So a lot has been raised tonight. You know, we have spent a great deal of time working on this application. I think one of the main takeaways that I have from listening to the questions and comments is that there is a lot of misunderstanding of this application. And I think many things that have been said tonight, frankly, were taken out of context or were simply not a full picture of what our application includes and what all of the supporting research and documentation and analysis has led us to. And so, to be fair, I think we would like an opportunity to respond to a number of the points that have been made, because you deserve to hear the full story about the issues that have been raised. And I really don't think that you've gotten a fair picture of that based on what we've heard from the comments and questions. In particular, I would point to the intervener's expert, Mr. Trinkus, and I would say that you got a very slanted view from him that is, grossly inaccurate and misses one of the fundamental points that Mr. Zajac made to you at the beginning of his remarks about stormwater is that the Stormwater Quality Manual is a set of guidelines. It is guidance that has been released by the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It's a sort of a menu of techniques. And the way Mr. Trinkus presented his analysis to you really reflects a lot of his own opinions about how things should be done. But that's not the regulations. And so what we need to do is to explain to you how he has frankly mischaracterized much of the law and guidance in this area. So with that, I think the best thing to do would be to keep the hearing open. Our response to you would be complete and comprehensive on those issues, and we deserve the chance to do that and would like to do that at your next meeting. So it's been a long night. So thank you for the patience, but I think you deserve a full response from us on the issues that have been presented. The Winstanley team has come too far, and they have put in so much effort on this project. We deserve a chance to sort of put a rebuttal together and explain to you everything that we have done on this, because I'm not sure that it came through. So thank you very much, and we would support you keeping the hearing open.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Discussion, is there a motion to keep the hearing open and table this item to the February 24th meeting? I think, any discussion on it?
I think it's a good idea. There's been a lot of information tonight from both sides, and I have a lot of questions, and I'd like to read some of the materials presented tonight. And that way I'd be a little bit more informed when we go to the next meeting, and I can listen with more certainty. So I think it should be continued.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue public hearing.
I can make a comment first?
Go ahead.
Before we do the next one?
Please.
I'd like to make a comment. I too agree we should keep this public hearing open and table this until the February 24th meeting. I've got 3 pages of notes. Thank you very much, everybody. Plus I came here with my own notes because, yes, I have read everything and I have made my tours. So I do want to keep the public hearing open. I want to table this until the February 24th. And I welcome any other comments. Anybody? So I think the secretary made a motion to keep this public hearing open, to table this item until the February 24th meeting. There's a motion made, seconded by Vice Chairman Higley. All those in favor? Aye. It's recorded. It's a unanimous vote. Thank you. This part of the meeting is concluded for tonight. Be picked back up on February 24th. All right. Anybody? We do need a couple things. We can wrap up here quickly. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the patience with that one. I didn't want to.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to take a 5-minute recess just to clear the place? Mr. Chairman.
Take a 5-minute recess. Call this meeting back to order. Thank you. I've got to get my notes, I'm sorry. New business. We have to make a motion to table these two items legally. We should. I'll entertain a motion, please, to table SPR 1878.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Commissioner Grillo to table SPR 1878. Any discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? I'll entertain a motion to table Field, number 43.
So
Motion made
moved.
by, motion made by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Secretary Petronella. Any discussion on the motion to table these items? I will, discussion on these, both of these applicants were kind enough tonight to not come because they knew the other thing, process was going to take so long. So that's going to lead to one of our discussions we're going to have before we go. So all those in favor tabling Field 43? Unanimous?
Flood.
Pardon?
It's-
Oh,
it's
flood.
stands
Okay,
for
I'm thinking,
flood.
yeah, it is flood. You know what, I've been through that particular project. This is the second time now for me on that one.
I know, but it looks like it would be Field.
Yeah.
I agree.
Old business. Other business. I would like, because it will only take 2 minutes, I believe. Just somebody please take A off of the table, please. Commission bylaws. Thank you. Vice Chairman Higley takes commission bylaws off the table. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Grillo. And hopefully everybody got a chance to read those. Those are what we agreed to. I thought we had actually legally voted on that last time. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the bylaws that that are in our packet. There isn't a version number on it, so.
So moved.
So moved by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Commissioner Montajar. Any discussion on the bylaws? Everybody read them through, the changes we made the last meeting? Yep. Entertain all those in favor?
Aye.
So the bylaws have been accepted officially on a unanimous vote, so that can be removed. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't think we have to table. They can just stay on. It's late now. I don't think we want to do a discussion on cannabis. Does anybody? No? Even I will tell you very quickly that Commissioner Alimo and I went on that tour with a couple of council people last week. It was really well worth going for myself personally. So I just want to let you know when we open this back up, not tonight, I'll get more detail, but I really want to pass on some information to you guys on that. And of course, we'll work on the outdoor storage. Any correspondence? Any commissioners' correspondence? Director of Development Services report?
I would just like to clarify whether or not we're having a special meeting next week.
I'm going to get there.
And aside from that, we did have a meeting with Namdar, the owner of the Enfield Square, and so we've got communications open, and I think we're all on the same page. We just need to figure out how to get there.
Okay, great.
So.
Applications to be received? I think you kind of.
We have two public hearings. One is for a liquor license for a restaurant on Enfield Street. The other is for, what is it for now? We have two public hearings, but upcoming, so.
They'll be coming up on the 24th or?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get to it in a minute. That's the next on the list. Opportunities and unresolved issues. As chairman, I just want to thank you all for staying here this late tonight. We weren't able to get a lot of work done, and we're going to be done here in about 2 minutes. But having chats with the vice chairman and with staff, because the last applicant has taken a lot of wind out of our sails at time, and it's going to continue on the 24th, probably as long as tonight. We really perceive the need that we need to have a special meeting next week to work on the two applicants we just put on the table, and also the cannabis, and talk again about the outdoor storage and anything else that staff really feels we should kind of move on, because 24th is going to be all jammed up again. So I would like to, I know I can do this on my own. I don't want to operate that way. That's not how I operate. I just want to look around for consensus that everyone is okay with us calling for a special meeting for next Thursday night here at, I guess, 7, Lori, or 6:30, whatever.
If it's a special meeting, if you'd like to schedule it at a different time, you're certainly welcome to do that. If you wanted to start earlier or something of that nature.
6:37?
I'm fine. Is that, how long is that? Do we gonna have time before 7 so we could get it done to start our regular meeting for 7?
No, so we're talking about starting a regular meeting.
Next week.
17th.
Oh, the 17th. Oh, it doesn't matter to me what time.
Okay.
I'm flexible with the hours.
Same here. I don't mind 6:30.
Karan?
If everybody wants.
Karan?
Fine.
6:30 okay?
6:30 is fine.
6:30? So we will have, is that okay with you, or is that doesn't work for you guys?
Hey, that's fine with
No,
me.
no, no,
As far as I'm concerned, the night shot.
So we will
If we
schedule.
have a meeting, we have a meeting.
We'll have a
Whatever.
special meeting that's kind of like a regular meeting in a way, next Thursday night at 6:30 right here.
Sounds like a plan.
Any other business?
I move to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn by Vice Chairman Higley, seconded by Secretary Petronella. All those in favor? Aye, unanimous.
Thank God you asked.
Yes.